It is past midnight, or close to it. The room around you has gone still. Whatever light exists comes from somewhere distant. A street lamp filtered through a curtain, the faint glow of a clock face on a dresser across the room. The house is quiet. Your body is horizontal. Everything around you suggests that sleep is near, and yet something moves in your mind. Not a single defined thought, exactly. More like a field of motion, fragments of the day, worries that do not attach to any clear object, memories arriving without invitation. You try to hold still and the motion accelerates. You try to think your way through to rest and the thinking deepens. You lie in the dark and ask the question that has been asked in bedrooms across every continent, in every century, as long as there have been nights long enough to ask it. Why does this happen? Carl Jung asked that question too. Not as a sleepless patient in the dark, but as a physician and theorist who spent more than 50 years mapping the territory of the inner life. He asked it in his consulting rooms in Zurich in the early decades of the 20th century. He asked it in the notebooks he kept beside his bed. He asked it in 1913, when his own mind began producing visions in the night that he could not explain. Images rising from somewhere beneath conscious thought, somewhere he had no map for yet. What he found is the subject of tonight. Let your body rest where it is. Let your arms grow heavy. The pillow holds your head without any help from you. What we are exploring together requires no effort. It only requires that you listen, and let the listening do its own quiet work. Jung believed that the mind you experience at night, the one that circles and searches and cannot stop, is not a broken mind. It is a communicating one. It is trying to tell you something. Not in the language of logic or the orderly sentences of daytime thought, but in an older language. The language of symbol, image, feeling, and repetition. He called this the language of the unconscious. And he spent his life learning to read it. There are two kinds of restlessness, and you may be carrying the second one. The first kind is familiar enough, the day's unfinished business, a conversation left incomplete, the body tired, but the schedule still running through the background. That kind responds to practical measures, a list made, a breath taken, an acknowledgement that tomorrow still exists. But the second kind is different. It comes from deeper. It does not dissolve when the list is finished or the conversation finally happens. It persists. It returns in the same late hours with the same formless quality, resisting every rational attempt to explain it. It is the restlessness that makes you wonder if something is wrong, not with your circumstances, but with something harder to name, something you cannot find by looking outward. Jung had a name for what lives in that second kind. Not a diagnosis, a map. Feel the weight of your body now. Your legs heavy against the surface beneath you, your back resting. The air in the room, whatever temperature it is tonight, you do not need to change any of this. You only need to be here. We begin where Jung himself began. Not in Zurich, earlier, 1875. A village called Keswil on the southern shore of Lake Constance in Switzerland. A pastor named Carl Jung and his wife Emily have a son. They name him Carl Gustav. He grows up in a household where the irrational is treated not as a problem, but as a presence. His mother Emily kept what she privately called her second personality, a voice that spoke differently from her daylight self, that surfaced in the night, that said things she would not repeat in the morning. She kept a private journal of these night thoughts and showed it to no one. The boy Carl watched her. He listened. Something in that household taught him early that the mind has rooms that remain closed during daylight hours, and that night is when the doors begin to move. That boy became the physician whose work will accompany us for the next 4 hours. There is something he discovered in 1913 that will only become fully clear much later tonight. The room does not answer, but the night already holds the question. Chapter 2. Why night feels different. Something shifts between late afternoon and midnight. The quality of the air seems to change. It is the same room, the same walls, the same temperature, and yet the feeling of being inside your own mind is different when the light goes. You have probably noticed this. Most people have, and most people have learned to dismiss it as tiredness. Jung would not have dismissed it. He would have asked what the difference is actually made of. The neuroscientist Matthew Walker, writing a century after Jung's early clinical work, describes what happens in the brain as it approaches the boundary of sleep. The prefrontal cortex, the structure most associated with rational executive control, sequential planning, the management of impulse, begins to quiet. Its grip on the rest of the brain loosens. And as it does, the structures it normally regulates become more active, not less. The amygdala, the hippocampus, the deeper emotional architecture. Night is not the absence of mental activity. It is a change in which part of the mind is driving. Jung did not have the language of neuroscience. He had something else. 40 years of listening to patients describe their nighttime experiences. And he noticed a pattern that Walker's research would eventually confirm in the laboratory. The rational supervisor of the daytime mind stands down at night. What moves forward in its absence is older, less organized, and considerably more honest. He called it the unconscious, not a storage space for rejected thoughts, a parallel system, one that runs continuously beneath the surface of your waking life, forming judgments before you ask for them, registering impressions you never consciously noted, carrying the unfinished business of your whole history, not just today's. Søren Kierkegaard, writing in Copenhagen in the 1840s, had noticed something similar without the clinical framework. He wrote in his journals that anxiety arrives most powerfully not in crisis, but in stillness. When the activity stops, when the conversation ends, when the door closes and the room empties, something surfaces that the activity was holding at bay. He called it the dizziness of freedom, the vertigo of realizing there is no external authority telling you what to feel, that the interior is your own responsibility to navigate. Jung would have recognized that dizziness immediately. He saw it in nearly every patient who came to him, sleepless and could not explain why. Let your shoulders drop now. Let the muscles at the base of your neck soften. There is nothing tonight that needs managing. James Hillman, the American psychologist who spent his career extending Jung's thinking into new territory, wrote that the night psyche and the day psyche are not the same entity temporarily darkened. They are genuinely different modes of being. The day psyche wants clarity, resolution, efficiency, forward motion. The night psyche wants something else entirely. It wants image, symbol, feeling without function, meaning that resists optimization. This distinction matters for something practical. The reason reading a task list before bed often makes sleep worse, not better, is not mysterious. It feeds the demands of the day psyche into a space that is trying to shift registers. The night psyche is not interested in your productivity. It is interested in something older and more difficult to measure. In Zurich, in the years between 1900 and 1913, Jung's consulting room filled with patients who came to him with what the era called nervous complaints, anxiety without clear cause, recurring images at the edge of sleep, feelings of dread that settled in at dusk and lifted by morning. He listened more carefully than most physicians of his generation. He did not tell them their minds were misfiring. He asked what their minds were trying to say. The distinction cost him most of his professional relationships. Sigmund Freud, his mentor and close collaborator for 6 years, believed the unconscious was primarily a site of repressed desires, sexual, aggressive, antisocial, incompatible with civilized life. Suppress them in the day and they would leak out in the night. Jung had followed that theory for years. Then he began to notice that it did not account for everything he heard in his consulting room. The night psyche was doing something more complex than leaking. It was building something, communicating something, compensating for imbalances the daytime self could not see. That insight would change everything. There is something your mind has been holding for a long time that it does not yet know how to name. Hold that thought gently. We will return to it. Chapter 3: Jung and the Restless Psyche. In the winter of 1913, Carl Jung sat in his study at the house he had built at 228 Seestrasse in Kusnacht on the eastern shore of Lake Zurich. The house was substantial. His practice was flourishing. By every external measure, he was a man in full possession of his life, and he was in serious internal trouble. His break with Freud had been finalized the year before. For 6 years they had worked in close intellectual partnership, Freud calling Jung his crown prince, the man intended to carry psychoanalysis into the future, to give the movement its international legitimacy. The break was painful, formal, and absolute. Letters stopped. Colleagues chose sides. Jung found himself professionally isolated, theoretically homeless. And then something stranger than loneliness began to happen. Voices. Not auditory hallucinations in the clinical sense, more like interior presences. Figures that seemed to address him from inside, to carry information he did not consciously possess. Images rising in the dark without his summoning, a figure he later named Elijah, who became, over years of interior encounter, the wise old man he called Philemon. These were not comfortable experiences. They frightened him. He knew what they were called in his profession: breakdown, psychotic episode, dissolution of the ego boundary. He had a wife, Emma, 5 children, a practice full of patients who depended on his stability. He could not afford to come apart. But he made a decision that altered the direction of his entire career and, in some ways, the history of 20th century psychology. Instead of suppressing the interior voices, he listened. Instead of treating the rising images as symptoms requiring medication, he recorded them. He descended deliberately into what was surfacing, following it down, asking questions of it, letting it speak. He filled a large illuminated manuscript, hand-lettered, decorated with paintings and calligraphy, with accounts of these inner encounters. He called it, privately, the Red Book. He showed it to almost no one. It remained hidden from public view for nearly a century. What he found in that descent was not the breakdown he feared. It was the unconscious speaking in its native tongue, image, symbol, personified feeling. He gave the interior figures names. He argued with them, he let them teach him. And what they taught him became the scaffolding of analytical psychology, the system we are exploring tonight. James Hollis, the Jungian analyst whose books have made this work accessible to contemporary readers, writes that Jung's willingness to undergo that descent is what separates him from nearly every other theorist in the history of psychology. He was not studying the unconscious from the outside, he lived it. He let it move through him, and what emerged on the other side was not a theoretical framework built from clinical observation alone. It was a map drawn from the inside. Let your body grow heavier now. Let the surface beneath you carry your full weight. Nothing asked of you tonight but to be here. The reason this history matters for your sleepless hours is direct. Jung was not describing an abstract system of interest only to trained analysts. He was describing what happens when the part of the mind that operates beneath conscious awareness begins sending signals that the conscious mind cannot decode. Your nighttime mind, the one lying in the dark right now, is doing something remarkably similar. Not pathological, not broken, communicative. It is making noise because it carries material that cannot be sorted in daylight, that the busy daytime self never gives enough silence to surface. Elaine Aron, the psychologist who identified the trait of high sensitivity in the 1990s, found in her research that highly sensitive individuals, a group estimated at 15 to 20% of the population, consistently report more vivid, more persistent, and more emotionally significant nighttime mental activity than the general population. Their inner systems run hotter, they process more, they register more, and that depth of processing, which functions as a gift during the day, becomes intensity in the night. If you have always had a louder inner life than people around you seem to have, if you have always found the night longer and more inhabited than others reported, you may not be troubled. You may simply be processing deeply in the way you were built to process. Jung built the Red Book alone. He was afraid. He went in anyway. That is the beginning of everything he found. If your mind has drifted, come back gently. We are still here. Chapter 4. Thoughts are only the surface. Imagine the ocean on a calm day. From a boat, the surface looks like all there is, the light breaking on small waves, the horizon clean and clear, the visible water carrying everything a person might notice. A sailor navigating by surface alone would find the passage manageable, simple even. But the ocean extends downward for miles. The surface is real. It is also the smallest part of what is there. Jung used this image, or something very close to it. He described the conscious mind, everything you can observe about your own thinking, the thoughts you know you are having, the memories you can deliberately retrieve, the opinions you would claim as yours, as the surface layer of a system that runs far deeper, the water visible from the boat. And beneath it, the thermoclines, the pressure gradients, the vast cold dark that the sailor above never sees, but that governs the temperature of everything he touches. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist who was working in the decades just before Jung, wrote in 1890 that consciousness is not a thing, it is a process, a stream, always moving, always selective, always leaving out far more than it includes. He called it the stream of consciousness. And what he meant is that what we notice about our own thinking is already the edited version. The consciousness we experience is a curation, not a totality. That curation happens automatically. You are not choosing what to be aware of. Your nervous system is choosing for you every second, filtering billions of pieces of incoming data down to the handful you can actually attend to. The rest goes somewhere. It is not lost, it is stored. It operates. It surfaces sometimes, in unexpected places and unexpected hours. Your thoughts tonight, the ones circling in the dark right now, are not your deepest psychological reality. They are the surface. They are what reach the level of conscious articulation from whatever is moving below. And the interesting question, the one Jung spent his career exploring, is not what the surface thoughts say, it is what they are pointing toward. Feel your breath now, moving in and out without your instruction, your body managing itself as it always does. Let your hands go soft. Antonio Damasio, the Portuguese-American neuroscientist who spent decades studying the relationship between emotion and reason, arrived at a conclusion that would have been recognizable to Jung, though Damasio reached it through biology rather than clinical psychology. He found that conscious thought is preceded by somatic markers, shifts in the body, in the viscera, in the unconscious emotional systems, that orient a person toward or away from a choice before the conscious mind has any idea what it is doing. The body has already decided. The thought arrives to rationalize what the body already knew. This means that what you think you are thinking is often the last thing to happen in a sequence that began in a layer of the mind you cannot directly observe. The thought that keeps returning tonight, whatever it is, did not begin as a thought. It began as a pressure, a signal. Something registered below, that has been waiting for the quiet of night to push upward into the register you can hear. Marion Woodman, the Canadian analyst who worked in the Jungian tradition for 4 decades, wrote that the body is the unconscious made visible. She saw her patient's symptoms, the tight shoulders, the chronic fatigue, the jaw that wouldn't release at night, not as signs of malfunction, but as language. The psyche speaking through the only channel the rational mind couldn't close down. The thought that surfaces at midnight is not the disturbance, it is the most recent readable fragment of something that has been communicating with you for a long time. Jung spent years developing a vocabulary for the different layers beneath the surface. The personal unconscious, which carries everything you have experienced but not consciously processed, the rejected memories, the unfelt feelings, the unacknowledged patterns. And beneath that, what he called the collective unconscious, a stratum shared across humanity, structured by what he named archetypes, inherited patterns of experience so fundamental they appear in myths, in dreams, in fairy tales, in the recurring images of people who have never met and have no common cultural source. We will move through these layers tonight, one chapter at a time. Your thoughts are only the surface. What matters is what they are pointing toward. And that becomes clearer in the quiet. Chapter 5. What wakes when silence comes? There is a particular quality of silence that arrives in the middle of a night when you cannot sleep. Not the silence of absence, not the emptiness of a room with nothing in it. A populated silence. Something inhabits it. You feel it before you can name it. You lie there and the quiet has a texture, almost a weight, and it presses gently against the parts of you that have been busy all day. The silence does not wake that weight. The weight was always there. The silence simply removes the noise that was covering it. Bessel van der Kolk, the Dutch-American psychiatrist whose decades of work on trauma produced the landmark study he eventually titled The Body Keeps the Score, found that the nervous system stores what the conscious mind has not been given time or safety to process. The workplace conversation that went wrong, the worry that arrived during a meeting and was held aside because the meeting could not stop, the grief that surfaces at a strange moment and gets pushed back down because there are still things to do. None of these disappear. They are metabolized into the body, into posture, breath rate, muscle tension, the baseline hum of readiness that some people carry continuously and can only feel in the moments of silence that reveal it. The nighttime silence is the first long enough interval of quiet in many people's days for this material to begin moving. This is not pathological. Van der Kolk would recognize it immediately as a healthy response to an unhealthy pattern, the pattern of filling every available hour with activity or noise to avoid sitting with what the body is holding. When the activity finally stops, the body begins. It does not wait for permission. Jung would have agreed completely, though he would have added a dimension Van der Kolk's clinical focus did not emphasize. Not only does personal material surface in the silence, the deeper strata surface too. The collective patterns, the archetypal pressures, the images that belong not to your individual biography, but to the human animal as a species, the fear of the dark, the pull toward the unknown, the instinct to search for meaning in the things that cannot be explained. Let your jaw go soft now, the muscles around your eyes, your hands open, loose, resting. Peter Levine, the somatic therapist who spent his career studying how the body holds and releases traumatic experience, observed in his clients what he called the freeze response, the physical remnant of a threat that was survived but never completed. The body mobilized, the threat ended. But the mobilization was never discharged, never brought to its natural conclusion, and so it persists as a state of low-grade activation that never quite resolves. Lying still in the dark, that activation has no incoming stimulation to compete with. It is suddenly the loudest thing in the room. This is one reason why nighttime anxiety sometimes feels larger than the things that produced it seem to warrant. The anxiety is not only about tonight's worry, it carries everything the body has been holding that was never fully resolved. It is not disproportionate, it is accumulated. The silence wakes what was already awake and simply waiting. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist who survived Auschwitz and developed his theory of meaning-centered therapy in the concentration camps, wrote that human beings can tolerate almost any degree of difficulty if they understand why they are enduring it. What breaks people is not suffering. It is suffering that seems random, purposeless, pointing nowhere. The nighttime mind that runs without rest, without resolution, without any sense of what it is circling toward, that is the suffering that wears people down. Jung's contribution was to offer a purpose, not a comfort, not a promise that the circling will stop, a frame within which the circling makes sense as something the psyche is doing intentionally with a direction the conscious mind has not yet been told about. The silence wakes something real, something important, something that has been trying to reach you. The question is not how to quiet it. The question is what it has been trying to say. Chapter 6. Anxiety after the day ends. The word anxiety comes from the Latin anxietas, from angere, to choke, to press tight, something that narrows the space around you, something that reduces the available room. You have probably felt this physically. The chest that tightens without a clear cause. The breath that becomes shallow at 9 or 10 at night, for no reason you can point to, the sense of being compressed by something invisible. It is one of the most common experiences reported by the adults who find their way to this kind of content. The day moves forward with apparent normalcy. Work is done, dinner is eaten, the door closes. And then something arrives that was nowhere visible during daylight hours. Kierkegaard, who experienced this acutely throughout his life and examined it more carefully than almost anyone before or since, wrote in his 1844 work, The Concept of Anxiety, that anxiety is not simply fear. Fear has an object. You fear the thing on the street, the letter you are waiting for, the medical result. Anxiety does not. Anxiety is the response to freedom, to the open field of possibility, to the recognition that you are the one who must choose, and that every choice eliminates others, and that no external authority can make the choosing for you. In the language of night, this translates simply: the day structures your choices for you. The schedule decides where you are from 8 to 6. The roles decide how you speak, as professional, as parent, as competent adult navigating the world. At night, the schedule ends. The roles go quiet. And the undirected self, the one who has been sitting beneath the roles and the schedule all day, waiting, surfaces into the silence. That self carries anxiety not because something is wrong with it, but because it exists in freedom, because it knows that the structure which holds the day together is, at some level, arbitrary, chosen, constructed, not the whole truth. Feel the surface beneath you now, solid, real, your body in contact with something that holds it. This is what is actually true, right now. James Hollis, the Jungian analyst who has written with particular clarity about the anxiety of the second half of life, describes what he calls the two great questions that structure human experience. The first, what does the world ask of me? The second, what does my soul ask of me? Most people, he observes, spend the first decades of life answering the first question very competently. They build the structure, the career, the family, the identity, the image. They do what is required, and then, often in the middle years, sometimes earlier, sometimes later, the second question surfaces. And it surfaces most powerfully not in the busy daytime hours, but in exactly the silence that you are inhabiting right now. Viktor Frankl, who spent years in Auschwitz and Dachau and emerged to build a psychology of meaning, argued that anxiety at its deepest level is an existential signal, not a malfunction, but a pointer. It points toward the gap between the life being lived and the life that remains possible, between the choices already made and the ones not yet made, between the self that has been constructed for others and the self that has not yet been allowed to speak. This does not make the anxiety comfortable, but it makes it legible. Soren Kierkegaard walked the streets of Copenhagen alone. He was sickly, difficult, socially strange. He broke his engagement to the woman he loved, Regine Olsen, a young woman of 19, because he believed his inner life was too dark and too complicated to be shared with another person. He spent most of his adult life writing in a cold room about the experiences of the inner life that polite society refused to discuss. He died at 42, having written more than a dozen books of extraordinary psychological and philosophical precision. He understood that anxiety is not the enemy of peace. It is peace pointing backward toward what has not yet been resolved. The anxiety you carry tonight is not arbitrary. It is pointing somewhere. We will follow it. Chapter 7. The ego loses its grip. Jung used the word ego carefully. He did not mean it pejoratively, the way the word is sometimes used in casual conversation, as a synonym for arrogance, for self-importance, for excessive pride. He meant something technical and specific. The ego in Jung's framework is the center of conscious awareness, the I experience. The part of the psyche that knows what it is doing, that can say, I think, I choose, I remember, I intend. It is the manager of the daylight mind. Without it, you could not navigate a single hour of ordinary life. But the ego is not the whole psyche. It is the center of consciousness, not the center of everything. And this distinction, small on paper, enormous in lived experience, is what Jung spent his career trying to communicate. During the day, the ego holds the chair. It runs the meeting. It decides which impressions to notice, which memories to access, which feelings to act on, and which to set aside. It has enormous organizational power. It is, in effect, the executive function of the personality. What happens at night is that the meeting ends. The ego loosens its grip, not because it fails, but because the conditions that make its work necessary temporarily fall away. There is no schedule to manage, no social performance to maintain, no tasks requiring the sequential logic that the ego runs on. And in that loosening, what the ego had been managing during the day begins to move. Edward Edinger, the American Jungian analyst who wrote with particular precision about the relationship between ego and self, described the ego's situation this way. It is a small island of consciousness floating in a very large ocean. During the day, the island appears to be the whole world. At night, the ocean becomes visible. And the ocean does not operate by the island's rules. Let your body go heavy now, your legs, the back of your neck, the soft weight of your hands. The island can rest. The ocean knows what to do. The material that was being managed during the day, the uncomfortable feeling that was redirected during the commute, the grief that was postponed during the meeting, the question that was silenced because there was no time does not dissolve when the ego turns away from it. It moves into the field that the ego vacates. It surfaces in the gap between the last task of the day and the first moment of sleep. Robert Johnson, the American Jungian analyst and author whose books translated these concepts into language accessible to ordinary readers, wrote that what we call a midlife crisis is very often not a crisis at all. It is the first moment of silence, long enough for the unlived life to get a word in. For decades, the ego has been building, accumulating achievements, fulfilling expectations, constructing an identity adequate to the demands of the external world. And then one night, in a bedroom much like this one, something that is not the ego begins to speak. And it does not speak in the polished language of the accomplished daytime self. It speaks in the older language, feeling, image, longing that has no address. Erich Neumann, the Israeli psychologist and close associate of Jung's, who spent his career examining the development of consciousness, described the relationship between ego and unconscious as the central drama of human psychological history. Not just individual history, the history of the species. The gradual differentiation of the conscious mind from the original, undifferentiated wholeness. The emergence of the ego from the matrix of the unconscious, like a continent rising from the sea. And the ongoing tension, the pull of the sea against the edge of the land. That tension is what you feel in the night, not failure, not disorder. The sea pressing against the coast of everything you have built. The ego's grip loosens at night because it is supposed to, because the psyche as a whole, deeper, wider, older than the ego, needs time that is not managed, time when the sea can move freely. Something in the darkness tonight is larger than your conscious mind. It is not hostile. It is home. Chapter 8, Overthinking or Deeper Signal. There is a question worth sitting with tonight, and it does not require an answer from you right now, only that you hold it. When your mind runs in the night, circling a worry, replaying a conversation, generating scenarios that lead nowhere, and then generating them again, is that overthinking? Or is it something trying to get your attention? The difference matters. Because overthinking implies a malfunction, the system stuck in a loop that should be interrupted, quieted, corrected. Something wrong with the machinery. But a signal implies communication, the system doing exactly what it is designed to do, transmitting information toward the conscious mind, waiting to be received. Jung would not have been comfortable with the word overthinking. He would have asked what the circling is about. What is the thought returning to? Not the surface content, not the specific worry or the specific conversation, but the underlying territory. What region of your inner life is the mind repeatedly visiting? Because in his clinical experience, the circling was never random, it was directional. The unconscious does not produce random noise. It produces material organized around the things that matter most, the unresolved questions, the unexpressed needs, the patterns of the past that have not yet been examined carefully enough to lose their power. James Hollis writes that we are not troubled by what we think we are troubled by. The surface content of the nighttime mind, the financial worry, the relationship difficulty, the professional uncertainty is real. But it is also a carrier frequency. It is transmitting something more fundamental beneath the specific problem. The question is never only about the money or the relationship or the job. It is always also about something older, something that has been there longer than the current circumstances. Notice your breath now. You do not need to control it. Let it find its own rhythm. The research of Ethan Kross, the American psychologist who studies what he calls chatter, the internal voice that narrates and evaluates our experience, offers a useful distinction here. Kross found that not all internal self-talk is equally harmful. The kind that traps people is the kind that becomes ruminative, circular, self-referential, problem-focused in a way that generates more distress rather than resolution. But the internal voice can also be a tool. It can narrate, observe, hold perspective. The difference between the two modes is not the volume, it is the orientation. Rumination turns inward and circles. Inquiry turns inward and asks. Jung's suggestion was to ask. To treat the circling mind not as a problem to be solved, but as a correspondent to be understood. What is it bringing? What region does it keep returning to? What does it seem to be asking beneath the surface of what it is saying? This is not a technique for falling asleep faster. It is a different relationship with the night entirely. One in which the wakefulness has a purpose. One in which the inner life is not a disturbance to be managed, but a communication to be received. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Zen master who spent decades teaching contemplative practice to Western audiences, wrote something that clarifies this without any of the analytical vocabulary. He wrote that the present moment is the only moment available to us, not as a platitude, as a practice. What is actually present right now, in the dark, in this room, in this body? Not the remembered conversation, not the imagined future. This, the weight, the breath, the quality of the air, the thing that is actually here. He was describing something very close to what Jung was pointing toward from the other direction. Pay attention to what is actually present, not the surface narrative the mind is generating about what is present. The thing itself, underneath the story. Overthinking is real. It exists. It exhausts and depletes and prevents rest. But it is also sometimes a mind doing its best to reach something it cannot reach directly. Circling because it does not yet have the language for what it has found. The signal is real. The question is how to receive it. Chapter 9. The unconscious begins to stir. You are now somewhere past the first hour of tonight. If your mind has begun to soften, if the thoughts have begun to lose their sharp edges and become something vaguer and more drifting, that softening is not failure of attention. It is the beginning of exactly what we are talking about. The ego loosening, the other layer beginning to move. Jung described the unconscious not as a single unified thing, but as a structure with layers like geological strata, each with its own material, its own age, its own relationship to the surface. The deeper you go, the older the material. The deeper you go, the less it resembles individual biography, and the more it resembles the inherited experience of the species. The first layer, what he called the personal unconscious, contains everything that has been experienced by this person in this lifetime, but not consciously processed or integrated. The rejected memories, the feelings that arrived at inconvenient moments and were pushed aside, the patterns of response that were learned early and have been running automatically ever since, the conversations that ended badly and were never revisited, the losses that were mourned partially and then set aside because life continued. This layer is active in your nights, particularly in the early hours of darkness before sleep arrives. The personal unconscious moves in the twilight between waking and sleep, surfacing images and feelings and fragments of unfinished experience that the daytime hours could not accommodate. Beneath it, and this is where Jung departed most significantly from Freud, from William James, from nearly everyone who came before, lies what he called the collective unconscious. Not the accumulated experience of one individual, but the inherited psychological structure of the human animal, the deep substrate. The patterns so fundamental that they appear in myth, in fairy tale, in religious symbolism, in the recurring imagery of people who share no cultural history and have never met. He named the structural units of this layer archetypes, not images themselves, but templates for images, patterns that attract and organize human experience across time and culture. The hero, the great mother, the shadow, the wise old man, the trickster, the child. These are not invented stories. They are the grammar of the human interior. They appear in the dreams of a Tokyo businessman and the dreams of a woman in rural Ghana, not because those two people share a culture, but because they share a nervous system, because they are built from the same evolutionary material. Let your body sink deeper now, the weight of your legs, the back of your head against the pillow. Nothing here requires your effort. Marie-Louise von Franz, Jung's close collaborator for decades and arguably his most gifted interpreter, spent her career examining the archetypal layer of the unconscious through the lens of fairy tales. She argued that fairy tales are not stories for children, they are maps, compressed, symbolic, extraordinarily precise maps of the inner life that have been refined across generations of oral transmission until every unnecessary element has been stripped away and only the essential structure remains. When you hear a fairy tale, even one you heard only once as a child, something in you recognizes it, not because you remember it consciously, because the structure it describes is already inside you. This recognition is what stirs in the night. The collective layer, activated by the darkness and the silence, beginning to move its old material through the narrow channel of your personal experience. The vast archive pressing up against the individual. The old grammar surfacing through the contemporary sentence. Your night thoughts are not only about you, they are shaped by patterns older than you, templates that have been forming for as long as there have been human beings lying awake in the dark. There is something almost comforting in this. The loneliness of the 3 o'clock hour softens slightly when you understand that the experience of lying awake and searching, confused, restless, unable to rest, is one of the oldest experiences our species has. Every century, every culture, every period of history, in every language and every geography, human beings have lain in the dark and felt exactly this. The unconscious is not your problem. It is your inheritance, and it is speaking, as it always does, in the language of the night. Chapter 10. Why Thoughts Circle at Night. In 1902, the French mathematician Henri Poincaré wrote about the experience of having a mathematical insight arrive fully formed in the moment of stepping onto a bus, not while he was working on the problem, but hours after he had stopped. He had been working intently on a mathematical question, made no visible progress, given up, and left for a geological excursion. The moment his foot touched the step of the bus. The solution was simply there, complete, certain. He did not need to verify it at that moment. He knew it was correct. He described what he believed was happening during the hours between the conscious work and the unconscious solution. The mind continued working. Below awareness, recombining elements in ways the conscious directed attention could not have managed, because conscious attention is sequential. It considers one thing at a time, moving forward in a line. The unconscious works in parallel. It holds many possibilities simultaneously and evaluates them in a different register, beyond language, beyond the sequential logic of directed thought. The thought that circles at night is doing something similar, though it does not feel like creativity. It feels like repetition. The same worry, the same image, the same conversation, returning again and again without resolution. Jung would say the repetition has a reason. The psyche brings material back because it is not yet finished with it, because the conscious mind passed over it during the day without registering what was actually there, because the emotional content of that moment, whatever the moment was acknowledged on the surface, but not felt in the deeper register where integration actually happens. Donald Winnicott, the British pediatrician and psychoanalyst who spent his career studying the relationship between inner and outer reality, used the concept of holding the psychological containment that a good enough caregiver provides for a child's overwhelming states. When a feeling has been held, met with steady, non-reactive presence, allowed to exist without being amplified or dismissed, it can move. It has been metabolized. When it has not been held, when it was too large for the available container, it stays in suspension. It waits for the next moment of quiet to try again. The thought that circles tonight may be a feeling that was never held, not because anyone failed you necessarily, simply because the world moves quickly and there is rarely a moment adequate to the depth of what arrives in a human life. Feel your breath now. Notice how it arrives without your asking, the body breathing itself. If your mind has been busy with its circles, let them slow for this moment. They will still be there if you need them. Repetition, in Jung's view, is not failure of the psyche, it is persistence. The unconscious is patient in a way the conscious mind is not. It will return to unfinished business as many times as necessary, not to torment, to complete. James Hollis describes this with particular clarity in his work on what he calls haunting, the way unresolved experience follows a person through decades, surfacing in relationships, in choices, in the quality of sleep, in the specific texture of nighttime anxiety. The haunting is not malicious, it is loyal. It stays because something real remains undone. Something important has not yet been seen clearly enough to be released. The thought that returns tonight at 2 a.m. returned last week as well, most likely. And the week before, it will keep returning until it is received differently, not solved, not suppressed, but met, held, allowed to say what it has been trying to say. You do not need to do this now. Not in the dark, not tonight. The receiving can happen in many ways, at many times. Sometimes it happens in sleep itself, in the dream that takes the circling thought and rearranges it into an image that carries more information than the thought could manage in its daylight form. The circling is not the problem. It is the most patient thing about you, and it is trying to help. Chapter 11. Feelings without clear names. There is a particular kind of distress that is very difficult to talk about because language is not adequate to it. Not the clear emotions, not the grief that knows it is grief, not the anger that knows its target, not the fear that has an object, but the other kind, the feeling that settles into the chest without a name, the heaviness that arrives in the early morning hours and resists every attempt at identification, the sense that something is wrong without any corresponding fact that would justify calling it wrong. German has a word for the first kind of unnamed feeling, Weltschmerz, world pain, a diffuse, generalized ache directed at the nature of existence itself rather than any specific circumstance within it. Poets have written about it, philosophers have recognized it, clinicians have tried to diagnose it. But the word itself is the most honest response to it, a compound noun that simply acknowledges, yes, the world produces a kind of pain that does not specify its source. Jung would have called this a feeling tone, his term for the emotional quality that surrounds a complex without being identical to it. The complex has content, an organizing idea, a formative experience, but the feeling tone precedes the content. It is what you sense before you know what you are sensing. It is the emotional weather of the interior before you can name what is causing it. Antonio Damasio, whose research into the neural underpinnings of emotion and consciousness produced some of the most significant findings in modern neuroscience, argued that feeling is not the same thing as emotion. Emotion, in his framework, is the body's response, the cascade of physiological changes that happens when the nervous system registers something significant. Feeling is the mind's awareness of that response. And critically, feeling lags behind. The body has already reacted before the conscious mind has any representation of what is happening. This means there are feelings happening in you right now that have not yet reached the level of articulation. States the body is experiencing changes underway in the deeper emotional architecture that will arrive in consciousness, if they arrive, as a vague unease, a formless weight, a sense of something without a name. Let your shoulders drop. Let whatever is held there be held more loosely. You do not need to identify it tonight. You do not need to name it. Elaine Aron, in her research on high sensitivity, found that highly sensitive people process emotional information more deeply and more slowly than the average. They register more of the available emotional data in any given environment. They hold more of it. And they often experience the paradox of having very rich inner emotional lives without having adequate language to communicate what they contain, because the richness exceeds what ordinary vocabulary was built to carry. If you have ever sat across from another person feeling things that seemed enormous and unspeakable, not because you were hiding them, but because the words available for them seemed embarrassingly inadequate to the actual experience, this is not a failure of expression. It is an indication that your emotional life is operating in a register that language routinely underdescribes. The feeling without a name is not a sign of confusion, it is a sign of depth. Marie-Louise von Franz wrote that the emotions that cannot be named are often the most important ones. The psyche is processing. They have not yet been simplified into language. They are still in their original, complex, multidimensional form. The moment they acquire a name, they lose some of what they contain. The naming is a reduction, necessary for communication, but always at some cost. In the dark, in the night, before the naming has to happen, the feeling can exist in its full complexity. You can carry it whole, in its actual shape, without the loss that translation always brings. The feeling that has no name tonight is not less real for being unnamed. It may be more real. Chapter 12. The Shadow Wants Attention. In 1946, Carl Jung described the shadow in a way that has not been improved on in the decades since. He wrote, I am paraphrasing here, as I always will unless otherwise indicated, that the shadow is the person you would rather not be. Not the villain, not the monster. The version of yourself you have learned, for very good reasons, not to bring into the room. The impulses that were too raw, too selfish, too inconvenient for the relationships and environments you needed to survive. The feelings that were too large, too disruptive, too contrary to what was expected. The aspects of your character that were met early on with disapproval or silence or fear, and so were not destroyed because they could not be destroyed, but were moved into the dark. The shadow is not evil. This is the most important thing about it, and it is also the least intuitive. The shadow contains the things you could not afford to be, which means it also contains things of real value. The sensitivity that was called weakness, the ambition that was called selfishness, the anger that was called inappropriate, the need that was called shameful. These are not defects. They are parts of the full human being that found no adequate container in the environment you grew up in, and they do not go away. That is the central clinical observation that built Jung's theory of the shadow. Everything the conscious self excludes goes somewhere. It moves into the unconscious layer, into the shadow territory, where it continues to operate without oversight. It shapes behavior from below. It produces responses that seem disproportionate to their apparent triggers, because the trigger is not the real source of the reaction. The real source is older, darker, further down. Robert Johnson, the American Jungian analyst whose short and precise books made these ideas available to a wider audience, wrote in his work on the shadow that we always see the shadow first in other people. The quality we find most intolerable in another person is very often the quality we cannot face in ourselves. The projection is automatic. Unconscious, we look outward at the thing we cannot look at directly in the mirror. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Notice the breath. Nothing to examine or resolve tonight, only to notice. The shadow wants attention. That is what the nighttime circling sometimes carries. Not the surface thought, not the worry about the specific person or the specific situation, but the older, unacknowledged part of yourself that the surface thought is dressed in. The thing beneath the thought. Marion Woodman, who worked with the shadow particularly through the lens of the body and of women's psychology, wrote that the shadow in contemporary life is most often composed not of dramatic violence or antisocial impulse, but of the unlived life. The creativity never given room, the voice never given permission to speak. The need for rest never honored because the world required productivity. The longing for beauty or silence or depth that was called self-indulgent and so was abandoned. The shadow of the modern adult is often not dangerous. It is sad. It carries the life that was set aside. And it surfaces most persistently in the quiet hours when the performance of the daylight self is finally, briefly, suspended. The heaviness that arrives at night, the longing that has no clear address, the sadness that seems disproportionate, the unexplained sense of loss, often carries the shadow material, the unlived life pressing against the walls of the life being lived. Jung was clear that the shadow is not the enemy, it is the raw material. Everything in it was originally a capacity, something real in you that could not find its place in the world you inherited. The work of psychological maturity is not to defeat the shadow, but to reclaim what was sent there, to bring what was abandoned in the dark back into some kind of relationship with the light. That work takes time, years sometimes. It does not happen in a single night, but the night is where it often begins. The shadow wants attention, and here, in the quiet, attention is available. Chapter 13, The Inner Critic After Dark. There is a voice that speaks in the dark that is not your voice, or rather, it is your voice, but it learned its lines from someone else. The inner critic, the exhausted adult's version of the internalized authority figure. The voice that says you have done this wrong, that you should have done more, that you have wasted time, or frightened people, or disappointed someone essential. The voice that arrives most reliably not in the middle of activity, but in the gap between activity and sleep, when the defenses are down and the ordinary business of the day can no longer cover over the quiet verdict. Jung recognized this voice as a psychological structure. He gave it a name from mythology, the animus in women, the internalized masculine principle that often presents as an internal critic, a voice of judgment and authority that does not represent the person's own truth, but carries the accumulated weight of cultural and familial expectations. In men, the equivalent structure could take many forms, but the internal critic was familiar in either case, a figure that had absorbed something from the outside world and was now running as an autonomous program from inside. Marion Woodman spent decades working with this structure in her clinical practice, and she observed something important about it. The inner critic is often most active not when a person is failing, but when a person is growing, when something new is trying to emerge, when the self is approaching a threshold of genuine change. The critic arrives precisely then, most loudly, most insistently, not to protect the person from failure, but to protect the old structure from being left behind. The harshest self-criticism at 3 a.m. is very often not the voice of reality, it is the voice of the past defending its territory. Let your body be heavy. Your arms, your legs, the deep muscles of your back. Let the surface beneath you hold everything. Viktor Frankl, sitting in Auschwitz in the winter of 1944, performing what he later described as an internal exercise of imagining himself in a warm lecture hall years in the future, teaching what suffering had taught him, was practicing something that directly addresses the inner critic. He refused to identify with the voice that said, "This is all there is," that this suffering has no purpose, that the worst is the truest. He maintained the distinction between the voice and the self that was listening to the voice. This is the critical move. The inner critic is loud, it is convincing. It uses your vocabulary, your memories, your full range of available evidence. But it is not you, it is a program running. And the fact that you can observe it, the fact that you are aware of it speaking, that you can describe it, that you are listening to this and recognizing something in the description means there is something in you that stands apart from it. The observer, the one who hears the critic and notices the hearing. Irvin Yalom, the American existential psychiatrist whose career has been devoted to helping people face the realities they most avoid, writes that the inner critic often functions as a defense against something even more frightening than the criticism itself. The critic keeps you small and familiar. The alternative, genuine freedom, genuine self-authorship, the terrifying openness of a life genuinely your own, is more frightening to many people than any specific verdict the critic can deliver. The critic is a kind of comfort, a substitute for the terrifying freedom. This is a difficult thing to sit with. The voice that hurts you may also, at some level, be protecting you from the enormous, open, unscripted fact of being entirely yourself. In the night, when the critic speaks, it is worth asking, what is it defending? What is it preventing? Not what it says, what it is guarding against. The critic's verdict is rarely the truth, but what it is protecting against sometimes is. Chapter 14, Dreams begin before sleep. Between waking and sleep, there is a threshold. It has a technical name, the hypnagogic state. But the name matters less than the experience itself, which is one of the strangest and most reliable things the human mind produces, and one of the least discussed. You are lying in the dark. The thoughts of the day are beginning to lose their coherence. The internal monologue, the narrator who has been running commentary on your experience since you woke up this morning, begins to falter. The sentences lose their connective tissue. Words arrive unattached to meaning, and then something else begins. Images. Not memories exactly, or not only memories. Images with a different quality. More vivid than imagination, less controlled than directed thought. A face you do not recognize, a room you have never been in, a fragment of sound that has no source, a phrase that arrives complete and strange and then dissolves. These are the first communications from the layer that operates in dream. The unconscious testing the channel before the conscious mind is fully out of the way. Marie-Louise von Franz, who spent 50 years interpreting dreams in the Jungian tradition, said that the images of the hypnagogic state are not random and not decorative. They carry information. They arrive in the language of the unconscious, symbolic, condensed, organized by emotional logic rather than narrative logic. And they are addressing the same territory that the daytime mind has been circling, but from beneath, from the side of things that the daytime mind cannot see directly. If you have ever had the experience of a solution arriving at the edge of sleep, a way through a problem, a clarity about a decision, a sudden understanding of something that had been opaque, this is why. The threshold is a translation zone. The unconscious and the conscious are closest to each other here. Information moves more freely. Let your arms go soft now. Your hands open. Let the surface beneath you carry you fully. Matthew Walker's research on sleep architecture confirms what Jungian practice observed clinically. The transition into sleep, particularly REM sleep, is associated with a distinctive kind of cognitive processing that is qualitatively different from waking thought. Distant, weakly associated ideas are brought into connection. Emotional memories are processed with their emotional charge partially separated from the factual content, allowing them to be integrated without overwhelming the system. The brain is not resting in sleep, it is reorganizing. And the images at the threshold, the hypnagogic imagery, are the first movement of that reorganization. The unconscious beginning its nightly work before the conscious mind has fully released control. This is why what you think about in the moments before sleep matters, not because positive thinking prevents bad dreams, but because the material you bring to the threshold, the questions you carry, the feelings you allow to be present, the images you hold without forcing them to be anything, becomes part of what the dream layer has to work with. The unconscious is responsive to what is brought to it. It processes what is given. And the most productive thing you can give it is not a solution but an honest question. Jung kept notebooks by his bed throughout his adult life, not to record the solutions that arrived at the threshold, to record the images, the fragments, the strange visitors. He treated them with the same respect he would have given a patient in his consulting room. He asked what they needed. He did not demand that they make sense in the language he already knew. The dream begins before sleep. It begins when the internal narrator runs out of sentences. It begins in exactly the quiet you are inhabiting now. Let the images come, whatever they are, they are carrying something. Chapter 15. Symbols beneath mental noise. Jung drew a distinction that matters enormously and that modern culture has largely lost. The distinction between a sign and a symbol. A sign points to a known thing. The red light at an intersection is a sign. It means stop. The meaning is fixed, agreed upon, exhausted by the pointing. There is no residue, nothing left over. The sign and its meaning are identical. A symbol is different in kind. A symbol points towards something that cannot be fully captured in the pointing. It carries more than it explicitly says. It contains a surplus of meaning that resists complete articulation, and it produces an effect in the person who encounters it, an interior response, often emotional, that exceeds what the sign's surface content would justify. The cross is a symbol, not because it has a fixed denominational meaning, because it carries within it an entire structure of human experience, sacrifice, suffering, death, what comes after death, the intersection of the horizontal and the vertical planes of existence that no single sentence can contain. A person who has never been inside a church and encounters a cross in a dream may still feel its full weight. The images that arrive in the night, the recurring house, the pursuing figure, the impossible staircase, the familiar face that speaks in a voice you cannot hear, the vast body of water, the falling, these are not signs. They are not pointing to a specific known thing that can be decoded and dismissed. They are symbols. They carry something the waking mind has not yet been able to articulate. They produce an effect that outlasts the image, a feeling that follows you from the dream into the waking moment, that colors the early morning before you have remembered what you dreamed. James Hillman wrote that the soul speaks in images, that the deepest intelligence of the psyche does not operate in propositions, in statements that are true or false, in arguments that succeed or fail. It operates in images, condensed, layered, ambiguous images that illuminate rather than inform. You do not decode a symbol the way you decode a sign. You live with it. You let it work on you. You approach it the way you would approach a piece of music, not by extracting the meaning, but by receiving the experience. Feel the weight of your body now, heavy against the surface, your breath, moving without instruction, your hands resting. The mental noise of the nighttime mind, the words, the arguments, the replayed conversations, the anxious narration is, in Jung's view, the conscious mind's attempt to translate what the unconscious is sending. The translation is always partial. The noise is the surface version of something richer and stranger below. The words are signs trying to approximate symbols, trying to put into the limited container of language what the deeper layer is sending in image. This is why arguing with nighttime anxiety rarely works. You are trying to apply sign logic to symbol material. The anxiety does not have a rational counter-argument. It has an image, a pressure, a direction. And the rational response, the list of reasons why the worry is not warranted, the evidence that everything is actually fine, speaks a language the deeper material is not using. Erich Neumann wrote extensively about what he called the symbolic life, a mode of existence in which the daily events and relationships of an ordinary life are seen not only for their literal content, but for what they carry. Symbolically, the job is not only a job. The marriage is not only a marriage. Each contains, encoded in its specific particulars, larger patterns, archetypal patterns, that the conscious mind can learn to read if it develops the patience. The thought that runs at night is carrying a symbol, not the thought itself, beneath the thought, not what it says, what it points toward. In the quiet, if you do not demand that the images make narrative sense, they will show you something the daylight logic cannot reach. Let the noise be noise. Something underneath it is already clear. Chapter 16. What the body already knows. In a therapy session sometime in the 1990s, a woman came to Bessel van der Kolk's clinic complaining of chronic neck pain and unexplained anxiety. She had been to 3 physicians. Nothing structural had been found. The pain was real and persistent, and no one had been able to explain it. Van der Kolk spent time with her. He did not treat the neck. He asked about her history. She described an ordinary-sounding life, a childhood in a Midwestern city, a stable family, a career in administration. Nothing obviously traumatic. And then, after several sessions, she mentioned almost in passing that there had been a period of extreme stress when she was 9 years old. A period when, for reasons she could not fully articulate, she had spent most of a year with her shoulders up around her ears, braced, waiting. For what, she did not know. But the bracing had been necessary. And the neck pain was, van der Kolk concluded, a continuation of that bracing, the body maintaining a protective posture that the conscious mind had long since forgotten the reason for. The body keeps the score. His eventual book title became one of the most widely read titles in contemporary psychology because it named something millions of people recognized immediately. Not only the bodies of those with dramatic trauma histories, the bodies of ordinary people carrying ordinary difficulties in ordinary decades of ordinary lives. Every experience that was too large for the available container left a trace in the body. Every feeling that was not metabolized settled into tissue, into posture, into the rhythm of breath. And the body is not subtle about it. At night, when the day's activity stops and the nervous system is no longer occupied with navigation and performance, the body's records surface. The tension that was functional during the commute is simply tension in the dark. The shallow breath that was efficient during the meeting is simply shallow breath on the pillow. The jaw that was set for the workday has not released. Let your jaw go now, consciously, deliberately. Let it soften. Feel the difference. That difference is real information. That tension was real work. Peter Levine's decades of research into what he called somatic experiencing, the body's own language of held and released experience, found that the body has an intelligence about time that the conscious mind does not share. The conscious mind is primarily present-oriented. It can remember the past and project the future. But its operating mode is now. The body operates differently. It holds states that were necessary in one time and that persist into other times without any deliberate decision. The defensive posture outlives the threat. The alertness continues after the dangerous situation has ended. The breath that was pulled in tight in an emergency still runs tight in the quiet bedroom decades later. This is not failure. It is how biological survival works. The body errs on the side of readiness. It would rather maintain a defensive state that turns out to be unnecessary than release it and be caught unprepared. The body that survives is the body that errs toward caution, but the readiness that served you then may not be serving you now. Matthew Walker, in his research on sleep, found that chronic low-grade physiological arousal, the body's continued maintenance of a mild fight-or-flight state, is one of the most consistent predictors of sleep disruption. The body cannot fully enter the states of sleep if it is maintaining vigilance. The two are incompatible. The nervous system cannot simultaneously rest and watch for threats. So it chooses, unconsciously, automatically, the older imperative. The survival protocol runs over the rest protocol. Marion Woodman wrote that the body is the most truthful thing about a person, more truthful than the face they show to the world, more truthful than the story they tell about themselves. The body tells the unedited version, the version with all the years in it. In the dark, the body is speaking, not in words, in weight and pressure, and the specific quality of your breath and the tension held in the muscles around your eyes and your shoulders and your jaw. It is the most honest voice in the room, and it already knows what you are carrying. Chapter 17, Trauma Hidden in Restlessness. The word trauma comes from the Greek for wound. But a wound in the psychological sense is different from a wound in the physical sense in one crucial way. It is not necessarily made by one catastrophic event. It can be made by the accumulation of smaller events, by the repeated experience of not being seen, not being heard, not being held adequately in moments of fear or grief or confusion, by years of performing a self that was acceptable while the real self found no room, by decades of being in environments where genuine feeling was too risky to express. Jung's patients in Zurich were not generally dramatic trauma survivors in the clinical sense. They were physicians, lawyers, academics, ordinary adults who had lived ordinary-seeming lives. And yet, in their nighttime symptoms, the anxiety, the sleeplessness, the recurring images, the formless dread, he found the residue of experience that had not been adequately processed. Not always dramatic, often quite ordinary-looking, but unmetabolized. Still alive in the system, still sending signals the conscious mind could not decode. Peter Levine found in his clinical work that trauma, both large T and small t, both the identifiable catastrophe and the cumulative wounding of years, leaves a specific physiological signature. The nervous system, when overwhelmed beyond its capacity to process, does not break down. It freezes. It dissociates. It encapsulates the overwhelming experience and stores it in a state of suspended animation. And it maintains that encapsulation indefinitely, because the nervous system does not know that the original overwhelming event is over. It is still waiting, still poised, still ready for something that happened years ago. This is the restlessness that has no apparent cause, the vigilance that persists past every reasonable reason for vigilance. The body lying still in a safe room and maintaining the internal state of someone who is not safe, not because it is irrational, but because it has not yet received the information that the threat has passed. Let your body rest now, the weight of your legs heavy, the breath moving in and out. This room, right now, is safe enough. Let that fact reach the body, if it can. Bessel van der Kolk's research confirmed that trauma, at any scale, reorganizes the relationship between the explicit memory system, the one that stores narrative memories, the ones you can tell in sequence with dates and details, and the implicit memory system, the one that stores emotional and sensory impressions, the ones that live in the body and surface as feelings and reactions rather than stories. In trauma, the explicit and implicit systems become partially disconnected. A person may have only the vaguest narrative memory of something, or no narrative memory at all, and still carry its full emotional weight in the body, full somatic reactivity, full physiological registration, without any story to attach it to. This is the restlessness that seems to have no cause. Not because nothing caused it, because the cause lives in the body's memory rather than the mind's, and the mind cannot find it by looking. James Hollis writes that many people spend decades wondering why they react so strongly to certain situations, why certain environments or relationships produce a disproportionate response, why certain hours or seasons bring a heaviness that seems unrelated to anything present. The answer, he suggests, is almost always that the past is present, not as memory, as body, as the ongoing felt sense of experiences that were real and never completed. The restlessness tonight may not be about tonight. It may be the body reporting on something older, something real. Something that happened, not necessarily dramatically, not necessarily in a single moment, but happened nonetheless, and left its mark in the way marks are left, invisibly inside, in the tissue of the nervous system. You do not need to find the source tonight. You do not need to name it, or narrate it, or solve it. You only need to know that the restlessness is not arbitrary. It is loyal. It has been waiting for a moment when you were quiet enough to hear it. Chapter 18. The persona cannot sleep. In the morning, you get up and put on your face. Not literally, or not only literally. The face you are going to be today in the world. The competent professional, the reliable parent, the easy friend. the person who is managing, the version of yourself adequate to the requirements of the day. Jung called this the persona, from the Latin for the mask worn by Roman actors, the physical object held in front of the face on the stage to indicate which character the actor was playing. The persona is the social self, the interface between your interior life and the exterior demands of the world. It is not false. It performs real functions. Without a persona, social life is not possible. Without some capacity to modulate your interior state and present a functional face to the world, you cannot hold a job or maintain a relationship or navigate the public spaces of your life. But the persona is not all of you. It is the part of you that learned what was acceptable, what was legible, what was effective in the environments you needed to navigate. It is the edited version, the version that fits. And it cannot sleep. The persona does not know how to stop. It runs on external feedback, on the social field, on the presence of others and the continuous low-grade monitoring of how you appear and what is required and whether you are adequate to the next moment's demands. Remove the external field, close the door, turn off the lights, lie down, and the persona has nothing to act against. No audience, no role to perform, no feedback loop. What remains when the persona has no role to play is the question Jung spent his career examining. The answer he found was not nothing. It was everything the persona had been covering over. The parts that were too uncertain, too raw, too private, too contrary for the stage. Marion Woodman described the exhaustion of the persona in language her patients immediately recognized. The sense, at the end of a day of performing one's competence, of being hollow. Not empty in a restful way, hollow in a way that aches. The energy that fed the performance is gone, and what is left does not feel like the self. It feels like the echo chamber after the performance has ended. Feel your body now, not the performing body, the resting one, your actual weight, your actual breath, the specific sensation of being inside your skin without anyone watching. The persona's problem at night is that it does not know what to do in the absence of the performance. It keeps running. It keeps evaluating. The mind that cannot sleep is very often the persona that cannot stop, still monitoring, still evaluating, still running the day's social calculations long after the social world has closed down for the night. Irvin Yalom writes that one of the most consistently difficult things about human life is the gap between who we are in the presence of others and who we are when completely alone. The gap itself is not the problem. The problem is the long-sustained belief that the social version is the real version, so that the solitary version seems not quite real, not quite substantial enough, not quite adequate, somehow less than what appeared during the day. The sleepless night is very often the moment when that belief runs aground. The persona is gone, the social version has retired, and what is left is not less than what appeared during the day, it is more. It is the fuller version, the one with all the material the performance could not contain. The persona cannot sleep because it was never designed to. But you beneath the persona, behind the performance, in the place that is still and quiet and real in the dark, you can. Let the performance end now. Let the mask rest where it is. What is underneath does not need to perform. It only needs to rest. Chapter 19. Why Control Fails at Night. There is a particular kind of suffering that comes from trying very hard to control something that cannot be controlled. Sleep is one of those things. The harder you try to make it happen, the more it recedes. The more precisely you monitor your internal state, looking for signs of drowsiness, the more alert the monitoring makes you. The more urgently you need to be asleep by a specific time, the more the specific time makes sleep impossible. Sleep is an involuntary process. It happens. It cannot be done. The doing of it is exactly what prevents it. This is not a quirk of sleep. It is a fundamental feature of the relationship between the conscious mind and the processes that lie beneath it. Jung was precise about this. The ego, the conscious self, the one that manages and plans and controls, operates effectively within its domain. Its domain is the negotiable, the voluntary, the rational, the sequential. It governs deliberately chosen behavior. It manages the interface with the external world. It does not govern the unconscious. It cannot. The unconscious is not responsive to the ego's directives. It runs on its own schedule, according to its own logic, answering to its own purposes. You cannot will a dream. You cannot command an emotion to cease. You cannot instruct the unconscious to produce the imagery it produces in the hypnagogic state. These things happen through you, not because of you. Edward Edinger, in his careful work on the relationship between the ego and the self, the larger organizing center of the psyche, in Jung's model, described the ego's characteristic error as inflating itself to the size of the total psyche, treating itself as if it were the whole of what is there. Behaving as if everything that does not respond to conscious management is therefore defective, disordered, in need of correction. The ego's world is a world where everything yields to the right technique, the right effort, the right plan. The unconscious does not yield. It moves in its own time. Let your hands go soft now, open, not holding anything. Notice what it feels like not to grip. The nighttime experience of losing control is not a failure of your will. It is the ego encountering its actual limits, the edges of its jurisdiction, the point where the managed terrain ends and something larger begins. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote simply that the practice of breathing is not a practice of controlling the breath. It is a practice of being with the breath. Being with, not directing, not shaping, just accompanying, just noticing. The difference between control and accompaniment is the difference between fighting the night and moving with it. Viktor Frankl, from a different direction entirely, arrived at the same essential point. In the camps, he discovered that the one freedom the captors could not remove was the freedom of inner attitude. Not the freedom of circumstance, they had none. Not the freedom of action, nearly none, but the freedom of orientation, of how to hold what was being undergone, of what relationship to take toward the unchosen, the uncontrollable, the given. He called this the last human freedom, the choice of one's inner attitude toward any given set of circumstances. The nighttime mind that runs and circles and cannot stop is an unchosen circumstance. You did not choose to lie awake. You did not choose the thoughts that are running. But you can choose, in a very small, quiet, non-dramatic way, the relationship you take to them. The relationship of fighting against the running, demanding it stop, monitoring it anxiously, treating it as evidence of something wrong, or the relationship of witnessing it, being with it, accompanying it without trying to direct it. Control fails at night, because control was always a limited instrument. The part of you that does not require control, the part that is simply here, breathing, resting in whatever rest is available, does not fail. It has been here all along. Chapter 20. The mind repeats what hurts. It was Sigmund Freud in 1920 who first gave this phenomenon a name, the repetition compulsion. The tendency of the psyche to reenact painful experiences in behavior, in relationships, in dreams, in the circular thoughts of sleepless nights, not out of masochism, not out of stupidity, but out of an imperative toward completion that operates beneath conscious awareness. Freud's original formulation was striking. He found it strange. He expected the pleasure principle, the tendency to seek pleasure and avoid pain, to govern all psychological behavior, and then he kept encountering people who seemed to do the opposite, who returned to situations that hurt them, who chose relationships that replicated the painful dynamics of their earliest experiences, who reenacted their worst moments, not despite knowing they were painful, but almost, it seemed, because of it. He concluded that the compulsion to repeat was not a malfunction. It was an attempt at mastery, the psyche returning to unresolved experience in the hope that this time it could complete it, process it, find an ending that the original experience denied. Jung agreed with the observation, but arrived at a slightly different understanding of what it meant. The repetition, he found, is less about mastery than about integration. The psyche circling an experience, not because it wants to win, but because it needs to digest, to make the experience part of the self's ongoing narrative, rather than an encapsulated thing that keeps breaking through. Notice your breath now, moving in, moving out, the same movement, repeated endlessly, without anyone asking it to be. The repetition, the body knows, is not suffering, it is sustenance. The thought that returns tonight, the one that has been returning for weeks or months or perhaps years, is returning because the psyche has not yet been able to do what it needs to do with the underlying material. Not because you are weak or failing or damaged, because the material is genuinely difficult, because the experience it points toward was genuinely unresolved. Because what it needs is not a solution, but a different kind of attention. Donald Winnicott's concept of holding is useful here. The repetition in his framework is not so much an attempt at mastery as a request. A repeated request for the thing that was not available when the experience first occurred. Adequate holding. Presence without judgment. Containment without diminishment. Someone or something, some internal structure that can be with the difficult thing without being overwhelmed by it, without looking away, without rushing to make it stop. The nighttime rumination is sometimes the psyche making that request in the only way available to it. Returning to the wound because it has still not found what it was looking for the last time it returned. James Hollis describes this with an image I find clarifying. He says that the things we most need to address will find us if we do not find them. They will not let go. They will appear in our relationships, in our physical symptoms, in our dreams, in our sleepless hours, not to torture us, but to insist. They are loyal to a need that we have not yet adequately met. They will keep returning until that need is recognized. You do not need to resolve tonight what has been returning for years. That is not the work of a single night. But you can tonight do something small and real. You can receive the returning with a slightly different quality of attention. Not the anxious attention that wants it to stop. Not the analytical attention that wants to solve it. The kind of attention that simply acknowledges, yes, you are still here. I know you have been trying to reach me. I am listening. The mind repeats what hurts, not forever, only until it is heard. Chapter 21. Complexes that wake you. Jung discovered something in his early clinical work that he called the complex, a cluster of ideas, memories, emotions, and associations organized around an emotionally charged core, not a pathology. A natural feature of the psychological landscape. Every person has them. Every person is, in some sense, made of them. The complex forms around an experience that carried a strong emotional charge, usually early in life, when the emotional system was less equipped to process it and accumulates associated material over the years. Every subsequent experience that resonates with the original core gets pulled into the complex's orbit. Every relationship that touches the same emotional territory, every situation that activates the same quality of feeling, the mother complex, the father complex, the inferiority complex. These are not merely terms borrowed from popular psychology. They are Jung's precise descriptions of specific psychological formations, organized, semi-autonomous clusters of the psyche that operate when activated with something close to a will of their own. When a complex is activated, you lose some access to the ego's measured, deliberate perspective. The complex takes over, briefly, powerfully, and the response it generates is not coming from your considered adult self. It is coming from a much older configuration. The child who formed the complex in the first place. The situation that is happening now is being processed through the template of the situation that happened then. This is why certain interactions at work provoke a response that seems far too large for the provocation, why certain tones of voice from a partner or a parent produce a reaction that surprises even you, why certain situations, being overlooked, being criticized, being asked to need something, activate a quality of feeling that is more than the moment warrants. Feel your body now, the long muscles of your legs, the weight of your head, the breath moving without instruction. You are here. This room, this moment. The complex wakes you because it does not know what time it is. It does not distinguish between 1987 and now. It does not calibrate its response to the actual scale of the current situation. When something in the day has activated it, and often something quite small can do this, it carries the activation into the night. It is still responding to the original charge, still processing the original experience, still at some level in the moment when the original wound was formed. Marie-Louise von Franz spent years examining the complexes as they appear in fairy tales: the stepmother, the cruel king, the witch, the abandoning parent. She found that these figures are not inventions. They are projections of actual psychological formations, the internal images of real experiences, real relationships, real authority figures, that the psyche could not integrate directly, and so encoded in narrative form. The witch is not supernatural. She is the inner image of a caregiving figure who was not safe, the mother who was absent or unpredictable, encoded in a form the psyche could contain. When the complex wakes you at 3 a.m, it is bringing something genuinely real to your attention, something from your actual history, something that shaped you in ways you may not have fully examined. It is not pleasant material, it is not easy to receive, but it is yours. And it has been trying to reach you for a long time. Jung's clinical insight, the one that distinguished his work from Freud's and from every subsequent school, was that the complex is not the enemy. The complex carries your history. To face it, to sit with it, to begin to distinguish the original wound from the current situation it is attached to, that is not a technique for feeling better quickly. It is the slow, genuine work of becoming more fully yourself. The complex that wakes you tonight has been in you for a long time. It is asking to be seen, not solved, seen. Chapter 22. Emotional pain without language. There are states of the interior that have no name in any language you have access to tonight. Not because language is inadequate in principle, but because the experience precedes language, precedes the brain's capacity for narration, precedes everything that came later: the education, the relationships, the years of accumulating a vocabulary for the inner life, and exists in a register that all of that subsequent development cannot quite reach. The very early experiences, the first 2 years, when the nervous system was being calibrated and the body was learning what the world was like and whether it was safe, before any of it could be put into words. Before the word for mother was available, the experience of mother, her smell, her sound, her emotional tone, her availability or unavailability was being registered in the deepest strata of the nervous system. These registrations are real. They are formative. They shape the baseline from which everything subsequent is experienced. And they have no language. Donald Winnicott devoted his career to the period before language, to what he called the holding environment, the quality of care that a primary caregiver provides in the first months and years of life. Not the content of the care, not the specific words or the specific actions, but the quality, the emotional atmosphere, the reliability of the response. The sense conveyed without any spoken sentence that this small person's existence is welcomed, that their needs will be answered, that the world receiving them is not dangerous. When the holding environment was good enough, not perfect, Winnicott was careful to say, perfect is not what is needed or possible. The nervous system learned that states of distress were survivable. That need, when expressed, would be answered. That the difficult internal states would pass because someone would be there to help them pass. When it was not good enough, and this is far more common than dramatic narratives of trauma would suggest, the nervous system learned something different. It learned to manage its own states rather than express them, to suppress what was not safe to express, to present a functional face, to be less, need less, feel less, in the ways that seemed most likely to maintain the necessary relationships. This learning became the architecture of the adult inner life. Let your body be heavy now. Let it be held by the surface beneath it. This is what holding feels like in its most basic form. The physical world bearing your weight without judgment or condition. Bessel van der Kolk found that the emotional pain without language, what he called the speechless horror in his work on trauma, often manifests in exactly the kinds of nighttime experiences that bring people to a chapter like this one: the diffuse anxiety, the formless dread, the sense that something is wrong that cannot be located, the pain that does not respond to rational reassurance because it was not formed by rational processes and cannot be reached by them. The body holds these early registrations, the nervous system carries them, and in the quiet of the night, when the activities that ordinarily cover them over have stopped, they surface as feeling without content. Weight without address. Pain without a name it can give you. Jung said that the alchemists had a term he found useful: massa confusa, the confused mass. The raw, undifferentiated material that has not yet been separated into its component parts and identified and named. He used it to describe the state of the unconscious before the work of individuation has begun to separate and clarify its contents. The massa confusa is not worthless. It contains everything. But it cannot be used until it is faced, named, brought into relationship with the conscious mind. The emotional pain without language is massa confusa. It is real. It is yours. It predates everything you know about yourself and contains experiences that shaped you before you had any way to record them. It asks not to be named tonight necessarily, only to be acknowledged you are carrying something real. It was there before you had words for it. Chapter 23. The Unlived Life Returns. In 2005, James Hollis published a book with a title that stops people in the bookstore: The Middle Passage from Misery to Meaning in Midlife. The title is deceptive. The passage he describes is not necessarily geographic. It is not literally in the middle of a life's chronology. It happens whenever the structures that have been built to answer the world's questions, the career, the identity, the roles, the accumulated achievements, become, in some private inner register, insufficient. And when that insufficiency surfaces, it surfaces most reliably at night. The unlived life. The phrase itself has a particular weight. Not the failed life, the life of obvious disaster and concrete loss. The unlived life. The parallel existence that was always possible and never chosen. The self that was set aside decade by decade because the chosen path required it. The creativity never given room. The intellectual curiosity that was redirected into something more practical. The longing that was acknowledged once and then set firmly aside because it was not compatible with the life being built. None of these selves disappear. They do not die because they were not chosen. They continue existing in the unconscious, in the shadow layer, alongside the chosen life. And they surface in dreams, in the specific texture of nighttime restlessness, in the particular emotional weight of certain evenings, with increasing insistence as the years accumulate. Jung wrote about what he called the second half of life, not a chronological prescription, but a psychological one. The first half, he observed, is typically devoted to what the world requires: building identity, building capacity, establishing a self adequate to the external demands of existence. The second half is devoted to something different, to the interior question, to the work of becoming, as he called it, the full self. Not the useful self, not the successful self, but the whole self, including the parts that were set aside. Feel the weight of your body, the breath, the room around you, quiet. You do not need to resolve this tonight. You only need to let it be present. Robert Johnson, in his work on the shadow, observed that what people most often experience as depression in the second half of life is the weight of the unlived life accumulating. The creative energy that was redirected outward, that now has no productive external channel pressing inward, not pathological. Actually, a sign of life, of something real in the psyche that insists on recognition. The problem is not the pressure. The problem is the absence of a framework that would help a person understand what the pressure is asking for. The nighttime restlessness that visits in the middle years, or any years, because the timing varies enormously, carries this material, The sense that something is missing without a specific name for what it is. The longing that has no address. The feeling arriving in the dark that the life being lived is not exactly the life that was supposed to be lived, without any clear alternative available. Hollis calls this the haunting of the unlived life, and his response to it is not to prescribe dramatic change, not to tell people to quit their jobs or leave their marriages or move to a mountain. His response is more subtle and more honest. He says, the question the unlived life asks is not, what should I have done differently? It is, what does the deeper self still need within the life that exists? The unlived life returns at night because night is the only time the chosen life stops talking long enough for it to get a word in. It is not asking you to abandon what you have built. It is asking to be acknowledged, to be real to you, even if only at midnight. Chapter 24. Why Night Magnifies Everything. A conversation that would be tolerable at 3 in the afternoon becomes enormous at 3 in the morning. A worry that would receive a proportional response in daylight becomes catastrophic in the dark. A feeling that would be manageable in the middle of a day seems, in the hours before dawn, to contain everything that has ever been wrong, or might ever be wrong, or will probably always be wrong. This is not imagination. This is neurological. Matthew Walker explains what happens in the sleeping brain that makes the hours before and after sleep so emotionally amplified. The prefrontal cortex, the structure that provides context, that says this is manageable, that calibrates emotion against the longer arc of experience, is less active in the nighttime hours. The amygdala, which processes threat and emotional salience, is more active. The result is a brain that is better at feeling the emotional weight of things and worse at contextualizing that weight against everything else. This is a feature, not a malfunction. The night brain is calibrated for the kind of processing that happens in dreams, associative, emotionally rich, symbol-oriented. It is not calibrated for the kind of proportionality that helps with daytime decision-making, but it means that everything you experience in the dark arrives with more emotional mass than it would carry in the light. Jung understood this intuitively long before Walker's research. He observed that his patients' nighttime symptoms were not distorted versions of their daytime concerns. They were amplified versions. The amplification was the unconscious adding its weight to whatever the conscious mind had been carrying. Calling attention, insisting. The daytime mind could minimize the thing, could hold it lightly, move past it, maintain the productive fiction that it was not serious. The nighttime mind could not, would not. Let your shoulders drop now. The long muscles of your back, your hands, open and heavy. Nothing needs managing in this room. The amplification serves a purpose in Jung's framework. The things that are genuinely important do not remain at a comfortable scale in the dark. They grow. They take up the space they actually require. The small, manageable-seeming surface problem expands until the underlying territory it represents becomes visible. The worry about money expands until what it is actually carrying. The fear of not being enough, the unresolved shame, the early experience of scarcity that was about more than money becomes audible. The night is not lying when it makes things large. It is showing you the actual size of what you are carrying. Kierkegaard wrote in his journals that the most terrifying thing is not the catastrophe itself, but the space between the possibility of catastrophe and its arrival or resolution, the waiting, the uncertainty, the dark interval in which everything seems possible, including the worst. He called this the dizziness of freedom, the vertigo of an open future that has not yet resolved into the specific. Night extends that interval. It removes the organizing certainty of daylight. The schedule that said what would happen next is gone. The social role that provided a stable identity is suspended. And in the open space, the unresolved things expand to their actual size. Elaine Aron found that highly sensitive individuals are particularly susceptible to this nighttime amplification. Their deep processing means they carry more of the day's unresolved impressions, more of the accumulated emotional weight of all the interactions that registered below the threshold of conscious attention, more of the subtle undercurrents that others move through without noticing. All of that material amplifies in the dark. It is not that the sensitive person's night is worse. It is that the sensitive person's night is more crowded, more inhabited, more full of what was there all along. The amplification is real. The question it is asking is also real. What, in the full light of what you actually carry, deserves your genuine attention? Chapter 25, The Personal Unconscious Speaks. We have reached the halfway point of tonight. If you are still listening, you have stayed with a conversation that asks something of you. Not action, not resolution, but a quality of attention. A willingness to stay with the interior rather than turn away from it. You have been awake in the dark, and the dark has been asking you something. Let that be enough for now. Let your body be very heavy, your legs, your arms, the back of your head against the pillow. Nothing required of you but to continue breathing. The personal unconscious, the first stratum of what lies beneath conscious awareness, the one that belongs to your individual history rather than the species-wide inheritance of the collective, is the layer that speaks most directly in the nighttime hours. It speaks in the material it has been gathering all your life. Everything you have experienced that was not fully processed at the time of the experience goes into this layer. Every emotion that arrived inconveniently and was redirected. Every impression that was registered below the threshold of deliberate notice. Every memory that was too painful to examine directly and so was set aside without being fully metabolized. Every feeling about yourself or others that was not compatible with the identity you were constructing and so was suppressed rather than integrated. This is an enormous archive. A human life generates more psychological material than the conscious mind can possibly manage in real time. The personal unconscious is the holding space for everything that did not get adequately processed. Not a trash bin, a waiting room. And what is in the waiting room does not stop existing because it is waiting. It continues to influence the psyche from below. It shapes the emotional weather. It colors the quality of dreams. It produces the inexplicable reactions, the disproportionate responses, the strange attractions, the recurring patterns that the conscious mind cannot explain by looking only at the surface. Jung's contribution was to suggest that the personal unconscious is not only a repository of the repressed, it also contains what he called the prospective function, material that is not about the past but about the future, not what has been denied access, but what has not yet emerged, the possibilities that have been accumulating in the dark, the creative resources that the conscious life has not yet found room for, the capacities that were always there, waiting for the right conditions to surface. The personal unconscious speaks both backward and forward. It holds what was and what could be, what was dismissed from the past and what has not yet been allowed into the present. James Hollis writes that one of the most consistent findings in long-term analytic work is that the unconscious is not primarily regressive. It does not only pull people backward into unresolved material, it is also orienting them forward toward a more complete version of themselves, toward experiences and developments that the conscious self has not yet been able to imagine. The dreams, the nighttime images, the intuitions that surface without rational foundation, many of these are not remnants of the past. They are previews of what is becoming. The restlessness tonight may not only be carrying what was left unresolved behind you, it may also be carrying what is still possible ahead. The personal unconscious speaks in both directions at once, and tonight, in the stillness, it is speaking. Listen not for what it says, but for what it feels like. Not the words, but the direction. Not the surface, but the pressure beneath it. Something in you is orienting towards something. Let that be real. Chapter 26. Memory without clear recall. There is a kind of knowing that lives in the body that the mind has no record of. You walk into a particular kind of building and something tightens in your chest before you have consciously identified why. A smell arrives and something shifts in your emotional state before any memory surfaces to explain the shift. A tone of voice from across a room produces in you a quality of feeling that seems completely disproportionate to the person using it. A sound at night, the specific creak of a floorboard, the specific frequency of an alarm from somewhere outside produces a response that feels immediately ancient. This is implicit memory, the body's archive. The storage system that predates language, that precedes the development of the explicit memory systems that record narratable events with dates and contexts, and the capacity to say, "This happened then." Implicit memory stores the emotional and sensory signatures of experiences without storing the experiences themselves as retrievable narratives. It records not what happened, but what the happening felt like, in the body, in the nervous system, in the baseline state that formed around the experience. Antonio Damasio's research into the nature of consciousness and emotion found that the somatic markers, the body's registered emotional signatures, operate continuously beneath conscious awareness, influencing behavior, perception, and decision-making without ever entering the conscious field. The body has a record that the mind does not have access to by ordinary means. A record that is often older, more comprehensive, and in some respects more accurate than the narrative memory the conscious mind maintains. Let your body be heavy now. The weight of your arms, your legs, the breath moving in and out. This body has a history that your mind's narrative does not fully contain. Bessel van der Kolk's clinical observation that the body keeps the score is a direct description of implicit memory. The traumatic or overwhelming experience that was not adequately processed in its time does not disappear from the record. It is stored in the body, in posture, in the regulation of breath, in the calibration of the nervous system's baseline. And it can be activated powerfully, suddenly, without any conscious retrieval by environmental stimuli that match the original experience in some sensory or emotional register. The memory that wakes you at night is often of this kind. Not the explicit memory, not the narrated story with the specific date and the specific setting and the specific sequence of events. The implicit memory. The body state, the quality of feeling that arrived before anything was understood about it. The nameless knowing that something once felt like this. Matthew Walker's research on sleep found that the memory consolidation that happens during sleep is particularly active for emotional memories. The brain, during REM sleep, replays and consolidates the day's experiences, but it does so in a specific way. It separates the emotional content of a memory from its factual content and processes them somewhat independently. The factual record becomes more stable. The emotional charge, processed in the sleep state, becomes more manageable, less activating, more integrated, less a threat, and more a part of the history. This is one reason why sleeping on a problem genuinely helps, not just the rest. The emotional processing that happens in the sleeping state does real psychological work. It integrates, it contextualizes. It brings the implicit and explicit memory systems into closer relationship. The nighttime mind is doing this work right now, even in the lying awake, even in the circling. The proximity to sleep, the loosening of the day's maintained states, the beginning of the descent into the unconscious register, all of this is part of the work. Your body knows things your mind has not yet told you. Tonight, in the quiet, it is trying to bridge that gap. The memory, without clear recall, is not lost. It is stored in the only archive that has always been with you. Chapter 27, Mental Health and Night Thought. The modern world has developed, in the last several decades, an increasingly sophisticated and genuinely useful vocabulary for mental health. Diagnoses that were once absent or stigmatized have become nameable and treatable. People who would have spent decades suffering without understanding why can now access language and care that makes their experience legible to them and to others. This is progress. Real progress. undeniable. But there is something that gets lost in the diagnostic framework when it is applied too quickly to the inner life's ordinary complexity. The tendency to treat every nighttime disturbance as a symptom, every period of sleeplessness as a disorder, every bout of circling, ruminating, anxiety in the dark as evidence that something has malfunctioned and requires correction. Jung would have resisted this framing, not because he dismissed suffering, but because he had a more complex view of what suffering was for. He spent decades with people whose inner lives were producing exactly the symptoms that would today receive a diagnosis. The rumination, the anxiety, the disturbing imagery, the inability to rest. And what he consistently found beneath the symptoms was not malfunction, it was communication. The psyche insisting, through the only channels available to it, that something genuine and important needed attention. This does not mean that medical care for mental health difficulties is wrong. It does not mean that the genuine relief available through therapy, through appropriate medication, through evidence-based practices is not real. It is. The suffering is real. The treatments help. It means something more nuanced. That the experience of a troubled night is not automatically evidence that the person having it is ill. It may be evidence that the person is paying attention, that their inner life is active and communicative, that they are registering something real about their situation or their history that deserves something more than suppression. Let your breath go easy now. Whatever it wants to do, let it do that. You do not need to deepen it or slow it. Just notice it. Irvin Yalom, who has spent his career sitting with people in their deepest psychological difficulties, wrote that the patients who disturb him least are those who are awake to their condition, who are asking questions, who are troubled by the right things, by the genuine existential difficulties of a human life. The patients who concern him most are those who are entirely untroubled, who have found a way to live without ever encountering the depth of what their lives contain. He was not recommending suffering, he was observing that certain kinds of trouble are appropriate to the size and seriousness of human existence. That a person who has loved, who has lost, who has invested years in building something, who has faced the forward edge of their own mortality, who has wondered about the meaning of what they are doing with the time they have been given, that person might expect some restless nights. Not as symptom, as consequence of having really lived. The night thought that runs without resolution is not always a sign of illness. Sometimes it is a sign of depth. Sometimes it is the most honest thing happening in a person's week. The question worth sitting with is not only what is wrong with me, it is also what is this trying to tell me? What genuine territory is this pointing toward? What in my actual life, in my actual history, in my actual future deserves the attention that this restlessness is insisting upon? The two questions do not cancel each other out. A person can seek appropriate care and also take their inner communications seriously, can find relief and also find meaning, can reduce the suffering and also hear what the suffering was trying to say. Your night thought is not your enemy. It is your inner life, insisting on being real. Chapter 28. The Shadow of the Day's Self. Every version of yourself that exists in daylight casts a shadow, not a moral shadow, not a darker version that does bad things, but a psychological shadow, the full complement of everything that the daylight self is not, cannot be, has chosen not to be, or has been forced to set aside in order to be what it is. The competent professional casts a shadow that contains uncertainty, vulnerability, dependence, the need to not know. The patient parent casts a shadow that contains rage, impatience, the desire to be free of demand. The friendly colleague casts a shadow that contains rivalry, envy, the wish to be seen as more capable. The self-sufficient adult casts a shadow that contains the child who needed to be held and was not. None of these shadow contents are defects. They are the complement, the full picture. The shadow is what falls away when the day self chooses its particular form, because no single form can contain everything. Every choice of identity is also a choice of exclusion, and what is excluded does not disappear. It goes into the shadow. And the shadow, as Jung insisted throughout his career, runs the parts of your life that the ego cannot see. Robert Johnson wrote a book on this subject called Owning Your Own Shadow, and the title itself is The Teaching. The shadow is not out there. It is not something that happens to you. It is yours. It contains your material, your history, the specific pieces of yourself that your specific life required you to set aside. And the work of owning it is not the work of becoming darker or worse. It is the work of becoming more whole. Let your body rest now, the long muscles of your back, the breath, your hands open. You do not need to inventory your shadow tonight. You only need to know it is there. The day self is exhausted tonight. It performed its required functions, it maintained its required shape, and now, in the dark, the shadow has room to move. The things that could not be in the day are present in the night, not as problems, as the full picture. This is partly why the nighttime self feels different from the daytime self, in a way that is hard to explain to people who have not noticed it. It is not moodiness or fatigue or irrationality. It is the fuller version, the version that includes the shadow content, the version that does not have to present, the version that holds more of the actual truth about what it is to be you. James Hollis writes that the shadow is the most direct route to authentic life, not because it contains what is better, but because it contains what is real. The daylight persona is curated. It has been shaped by necessity, by desire, by the legitimate requirements of social existence. The shadow is not curated. It is what was there before the curation. And it maintains, preserved in the dark, a rawness and an honesty that the polished day self has long since smoothed away. The nighttime discomfort is sometimes the discomfort of being in contact with that rawness, with a part of yourself that is less polished, less accommodating, less willing to perform adequacy. More willing to admit what it actually needs, what it actually fears, what it actually longs for, with an intensity that the daytime performance requires be kept quietly off stage. You are in contact with your shadow right now, in the dark, in the hours when the day self rests. The contact does not require anything from you tonight. Only acknowledgement. The shadow of the day self is the more honest part, and it is simply asking to be known. Chapter 29, Overthinking as Defense. We planted a question in the first hour of tonight. What is the difference between the two kinds of restlessness? The first kind, the surface restlessness of unfinished tasks and incomplete conversations, and the second kind, which comes from deeper and does not dissolve when the surface matters are resolved. Now we can begin to see the second kind more clearly. The circling thought, the mental loop that returns again and again to the same territory. The mind that cannot stop evaluating, planning, rehearsing, analyzing, replaying. This is sometimes what it appears to be, the surface-level management system running over time. But it is also very often something more specific, the use of thinking as a defense against feeling. James Hollis is direct about this. He writes that many people, particularly those who are intellectually capable and have found their cognitive abilities to be their most reliable tool for managing the world, develop a characteristic response to emotional difficulty. They think about it instead of feeling it. They analyze the situation. They generate explanations. They rehearse responses. They run probability calculations. They produce an extraordinarily sophisticated cognitive engagement with something that is not, at its core, a cognitive problem. The cognitive engagement is genuine. It is not pretend. It is the intelligence doing what intelligence does. But it is also, at some level, an avoidance, a way of staying at the level of thought rather than descending to the level where the actual emotional material is waiting. The loop runs not because the thinking has not yet found the answer. The loop runs because the thinking is preventing the feeling, and the feeling is insisting on being felt, and neither will yield. So the loop continues. Feel your breath now, not the thought about the breath, the actual breath, the air moving, the expansion, the release, just that. This is the resolution to the first question of tonight. The second kind of restlessness, the one that does not dissolve when the list is finished, is very often the psyche attempting to reach a feeling through a layer of thought that is thick enough to prevent it from arriving. The mind circling because something needs to be felt and has not yet been felt, not processed, not resolved, not explained, felt. Bessel van der Kolk found that many of his patients who had undergone years of talk therapy had become extraordinarily articulate about their difficulties while remaining physiologically unchanged. They could explain their trauma with great precision. They understood its origins, its patterns, its effects. And they were still suffering. Because the understanding was operating at the level of explicit, linguistic, cortical processing, and the suffering was stored in a different system, beneath language, in the body, in the implicit register that words cannot reliably reach. The mind that overthinks is not failing. It is doing what it was taught to do, finding the most available tool and applying it as thoroughly as possible. But the tool that is most available, rational, verbal, sequential thought, is not always the right tool for the material it is being applied to. Some of what lives in the nighttime interior is not amenable to thinking. It needs to be felt, received, held in whatever way is available. This is what the second kind of restlessness is asking for. Not a better analysis, not a more comprehensive understanding, an experience of the thing beneath the thought. The thought is the surface. The feeling is beneath it, and between them the loop runs, protecting you from the descent while also preventing the completion. The loop wants to end. The ending requires going somewhere the loop has been avoiding. Not tonight necessarily, but the direction is clear. Chapter 30. What you avoid comes closer. In the 1920s, the Swiss psychiatrist, who had by then built the foundations of analytical psychology, wrote something in a letter that has been paraphrased many times since in many contexts. The core of what he wrote was this: the thing that is not faced does not go away, it goes underground. And from underground it continues to work. It shapes behavior without permission. It influences choices before the conscious mind has been consulted. It produces, over time, exactly the situations that would force the encounter that was being avoided. The psyche, in Jung's view, is teleological. It is moving toward something, toward integration, toward wholeness, toward the encounter with all of what is actually there. And when the conscious mind refuses an encounter, when it turns away from a feeling, avoids a recognition, declines to look at something genuinely present, the unconscious does not accept the refusal as final. It simply roots around the refusal. It finds another way to bring the material forward, usually less comfortable than the direct encounter would have been. This is one of Jung's most clinically useful observations, and one of his least comfortable. The thing you are not looking at is not waiting patiently for you to be ready. It is working. It is producing consequences. It is right now in some part of your life generating the exact kind of difficulty that would most effectively force the encounter you have been postponing. This sounds punitive. Jung did not intend it punitively. He intended it descriptively. The psyche is not punishing. It is insisting, the way the body insists on sleep when it has been deprived, not to punish the person who stayed awake, to get what it needs. Let your body go heavier now. Let the surface hold everything, your legs, your arms, your head. Nothing to manage or control. Just wait. Just rest. What are you not looking at? Not a question that requires an answer tonight. Just a question to hold. The way you hold a stone in your hand in the dark, you cannot see it, but you can feel its specific shape and weight and temperature. What is the specific shape of what you have not been looking at? Robert Johnson wrote that the avoidance of the shadow costs more than the encounter with it would, Not because the encounter is comfortable, it is rarely comfortable, but because the avoidance requires continuous energy, the effort of not seeing, the ongoing management of the material that keeps trying to surface, the defensive posture maintained against your own interior. This is exhausting in a way that the daytime activity covers over and the night reveals. The heaviness that arrives in the small hours, the weight that has no clear address, is sometimes the weight of the avoidance itself, not the material being avoided, the energy of the avoiding. Viktor Frankl observed that meaning always lies in the direction of the greatest difficulty, not suffering for its own sake. But the thing that is hardest to face very often contains the most important truth about what a particular life needs to engage with. The difficulty is directional. It is pointing somewhere. The loop that runs in your night, we said, it runs because the thinking is protecting you from the feeling. We can add one more layer now. The feeling is pointing toward the thing that has not been faced. Not demanding that it be faced tonight. Not prescribing a method or a timeline. Only pointing. Only insisting, in the patient way of all unconscious material, that the direction has not yet been fully acknowledged. What you avoid comes closer, not as punishment, as loyalty, as the psyche insisting that nothing of genuine importance will simply be left behind. The resolution to the first loop of tonight is now complete. The two kinds of restlessness, the first dissolves when the surface is addressed. The second does not dissolve until the direction it is pointing toward is genuinely, honestly faced. This is the clinical observation that Jung built first, that Hollis has extended, that every serious analyst working in this tradition has confirmed across thousands of consulting room hours. The symptoms persist until the material beneath them is genuinely received, not until it is solved. Until it is received, there is a difference. Receiving is possible tonight. Solving may take years. The second kind is loyalty. It is asking to be followed. Chapter 31. Loneliness in the dark. 3 a.m. is its own country. Anyone who has been there knows this. The specific quality of those hours, the particular texture of the darkness at that time, the quality of the silence, the sense of being suspended between yesterday and tomorrow with nothing on either side to hold to, belongs to a country most people visit and none can describe adequately to those who have not been. The loneliness of those hours is not the ordinary loneliness of being separated from people you want to be with. It is something more fundamental. What Irvin Yalom calls existential loneliness, the irreducible separateness at the core of human experience, the fact that no other person can enter your consciousness. No one can be, in the deepest sense, with you in your experience of your life. You are each, ultimately, alone inside the experience of being yourself. This is not a tragedy in Yalom's view, though it feels like one in the 3 o'clock dark. It is a feature of consciousness, the price of being a self. And the work of a psychological life is not to overcome this separateness that is not possible, but to develop a relationship to it that does not require it to be otherwise. Rilke, the Czech-German poet, whose letters to a young poet have been read by generations looking for language adequate to their interior experience, wrote something about loneliness that Jung read and admired. He wrote that loneliness is the essential condition for genuine encounter with oneself, that the person who has not been thoroughly alone has not yet been thoroughly acquainted with who they are, that the solitude of the long nights, though painful, is also formative. It makes available a layer of self-knowledge that is not accessible in the company of others. Feel the weight of your body now, the room around you, this specific darkness, the breath that is yours alone. Let that be enough for this moment. Jung spent considerable time alone. He was, by many accounts, a deeply social man, curious about people, energized by conversation, beloved by students and patients. And he also required solitude in quantities that his family found difficult. He built, late in his life, a stone tower on the shore of Lake Zurich at Bollingen, without electricity, without central heating, without the comforts of his Kusnacht house, and he went there repeatedly to be alone with what he called the inner work, the solitary encounter with the unconscious that could not happen in the presence of others. He did not go there to suffer. He went there to be available, to make himself present to whatever the interior was producing without the distraction of the social self and its constant demands. The loneliness of tonight's dark is not only absence, it is also availability. The interior is most fully accessible in the solitude that feels like deprivation. The things that are most true about who you are can only be heard in the quiet that feels, at first, like emptiness. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote that the most important reunion you can have is the reunion with yourself, coming back to yourself after hours of being pulled outward by the world's demands. The night, in this frame, is not a deprivation. It is a homecoming, a return to the interior that is most fully itself when the outer world has finally, temporarily, stopped pulling. The loneliness of the dark is real. And it is also the exact condition in which the deepest things become visible. You are alone in a room, and that room contains a great deal. Chapter 32, Dreams as Compensation. Jung arrived at one of his central clinical insights after years of looking at dream patterns across hundreds of patients. He found consistently that dreams do not simply replay the day's events. They do not only process fears. They are not simply the discharge of repressed wishes, as Freud had proposed. They compensate. The dream compensates for the one-sidedness of the conscious position. If the conscious mind has been spending weeks in excessive rationality, planning, calculating, suppressing emotion in favor of efficiency, the dreams will typically carry the emotional material. They will be vivid, warm, disturbing, full of the feeling that was excluded from the daylight hours. If the conscious position has been overly emotional, flooded with feeling, unable to think clearly, the dreams will often be structured, orderly, full of maps and systems and clearly delineated spaces. The unconscious does not simply add its voice to what the conscious mind is already saying. It says the other thing, the thing that the conscious perspective is not able to include. It maintains in itself a kind of balance that the conscious mind rarely manages, and it does so automatically, without deliberate effort, using the nightly hours for what amounts to a natural self-correction. This is a radical idea. It means that the dream is not the unconscious revealing what the conscious mind has been trying to hide. It is the unconscious saying what the conscious mind does not know how to say, adding the missing element, completing the picture the daytime mind can only see partially. Marie-Louise von France spent more time with individual dreams than perhaps any other analyst of her generation. She found in examining thousands of dreams over her career that the compensation was not random, it was precise. The unconscious knew exactly what was missing from the conscious position. It produced, in symbol and image and narrative fragment, exactly the material that would most effectively address the imbalance, if the conscious mind were willing to attend to it. Let your body sink now, heavy, held, the breath easy, the mind, whatever it is doing, let it do that. Below the mind, deeper than the circling, the older system is already at work. You are approaching, or perhaps already inhabiting, the edges of the dreaming territory, the hypnagogic threshold, the place where the explicit, rational processing of the day begins to give way to the associative, symbolic processing of the deeper layer. Whatever dreams come tonight, whatever images arrive at the threshold or across it, they are not random. They are responses. The unconscious answering the questions the daytime mind has been asking, in the only language it knows how to use. Matthew Walker's research on dream sleep found that the REM phase processes emotional memories in a way that Yalom's work had described purely clinically. The emotional charge of a difficult memory is revisited in the dream state, in a context of lower cortisol, lower physiological stress. The brain replays the emotional experience under different neurochemical conditions and gradually integrates it into the longer arc of autobiographical memory, where it loses some of its activating power, becomes history rather than present threat. The dream is doing this work tonight, even if you do not remember it, even if you lie awake for hours and then drift without noticing. The compensation is happening. The balance is being sought. The one-sided conscious position of the day, too rational, too emotional, too certain, too frightened, is being addressed from below by a system that has always had the fuller picture. The dream is not the disturbance. The dream is the resolution, and it has already begun. Chapter 33, The Psyche Corrects the Ego. Now we can return to 1913, to the thing Jung discovered that we promised to explain. He had entered the descent alone, afraid, without any theoretical framework adequate to what was happening to him. He was producing images and interior encounters that could have been symptoms of breakdown, and he knew it. He treated them instead as data, as communication. As the unconscious insisting on being heard in the only way available to it when the rational, organized, publicly respectable physician was not making space for its material, what he found in the descent was this: the psyche corrects. The unconscious is not simply a repository of difficulty, it is a self-regulating system. It maintains, in its own way and on its own timeline, a balance that the conscious ego cannot see the need for, because the ego can only see its own position. The ego assumes its current orientation is the correct one. It always does. That is the nature of the ego. It takes itself to be the whole. The psyche knows otherwise. And the dreams, the images, the nighttime communications, the symptoms, the inexplicable impulses toward change, these are the psyche's corrections. Its ongoing adjustment of the ego's one-sidedness, its insistence that the missing element be acknowledged and integrated. This is what he found in the interior figures of the Red Book. They were not psychosis. They were the psyche's own corrective voices. The figures that appeared when the intellectual, successful, professional, publicly competent physician had grown too one-sided, too identified with the competent surface, too far from the deeper material that was also part of what he was. Erich Neumann described the corrective function of the unconscious in terms of the ego-self axis, the relationship between the conscious center of awareness and the larger, encompassing, organizing center of the total psyche that Jung called the self with a capital S. The healthy ego, in Neumann's model, maintains its relationship to the self through this axis. It remains connected to the larger organizing intelligence that operates beyond and beneath it. When that connection is broken, when the ego becomes inflated, identified with its own perspective to the exclusion of everything else, the self communicates the breakthrough symptoms. The symptom is the correction. Let your body go very heavy now, the deep weight of your legs, the back of your head, your arms at rest, the breath doing exactly what it needs to do. The nighttime disturbance, the circling, the images, the dread, the longing, the restlessness is, in this framework, the psyche doing its corrective work. The self insisting on the missing element, not randomly, not mechanically, but with a precision that reflects the specific imbalance in the specific life of the specific person undergoing it. Your restless night is not noise. It is the psyche's correction. The ego has been running its version of the story. The unconscious is adding what the ego left out. This is the discovery of 1913, refined across 50 subsequent years of clinical work. The interior is not the enemy of the conscious life. It is its complement, its completion, its ongoing, patient, insistent attempt to make the individual whole. Marie-Louise von Franz, who worked directly with Jung in his final years and carried his clinical methodology forward with extraordinary precision, described the corrective function in terms that made it concrete for her patients. She would say, "The dream is what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. The unconscious is not sycophantic. It does not tell you that your current position is right and your anxieties are unfounded. It tells you what the current position is missing, what the anxieties are pointing toward, what the one-sided daylight self cannot see. This is why people sometimes find their dreams disturbing, even when their waking lives are apparently smooth. The unconscious is correcting toward a truth the surface has not yet been willing to face. The correction is not comfortable. Integration is not comfortable. The encounter with what was excluded is never comfortable. But it is real, and it is, in the long arc of a human life, the most important work available. The psyche corrects what the ego cannot see. Tonight, in the dark, the correction is in progress. Let it work. Chapter 34. Anxiety and Hidden Meaning. We said in the early hours of tonight that there was something your mind has been holding that it does not know how to name. We have been circling that for hours. Now we can approach it more directly. The anxiety that arrives without a clear object, the existential anxiety, the free-floating dread, the weight in the chest that does not specify its source, is not, in Jung's framework, meaningless. It is not noise. It is the psyche's alarm system signaling that something real and important is asking for attention. The alarm does not specify what. It only signals that the direction of genuine importance is somewhere in the territory of what is making you anxious. Viktor Frankl, whose understanding of anxiety was formed in conditions far more extreme than most people will ever face, distinguished between two kinds of what he called existential frustration. The first is the anxiety of meaninglessness, the experience of a life that has lost its directional orientation, that is going through the motions without a sense of genuine purpose or genuine engagement with what matters. The second is the anxiety of unlived meaning, the experience of sensing that something genuinely important remains to be done or faced or engaged with, and not yet knowing what it is. The second kind is not pathological. It is, in Frankl's view, the most reliable signal available to a person that genuine meaning remains to be found, that the interior compass is still working, that something real and important has not yet been abandoned. Kierkegaard would add, the anxiety is not pointing at a problem to be solved. It is pointing at a depth to be entered. The dizziness he described is not the symptom of a diseased mind. It is the experience of a free mind beginning to register the full weight of its freedom. The vertigo before genuine choice. The sensation of an open field before you have decided which direction to walk. Let your breath go easy now. Whatever it wants to do, let your hands open. The anxiety does not need to be managed tonight. It needs to be accompanied. James Hollis writes that the anxiety of the second half of life is almost always the anxiety of unlived meaning. Not depression exactly, though it can be mistaken for depression. The absence of genuine engagement with what the soul is asking for, the performance of adequacy in the absence of genuine purpose. the going through the motions of a life that has not been examined in a while for whether the motions correspond to anything genuinely important. The anxiety is pointing there, not with a map, with a pressure, not with an answer, with a direction. The direction of the thing that has been quietly accumulating in the unconscious while the daylight self went about its necessary business. The direction of what remains to be lived. Marie-Louise von Franz wrote that every person carries a task that is specifically theirs. Not in a grandiose sense, not a world historical mission, a specific thing that corresponds to the specific contours of this particular character, these particular capacities, these particular experiences. The anxiety of not having engaged with that task, of having set it aside, postponed it, suppressed it in the service of what was required, is the anxiety that has been surfacing in your nights. Not guilt, not inadequacy, not punishment, the anxiety of something real and specifically yours that has not yet been given room. Now we can name what the mind has been holding. Not completely, it never resolves completely into language, but closer. The thing your mind has been holding is the awareness, pre-articulate and not yet fully conscious, of what has not yet been lived, of what is still possible, of what remains genuinely open. The anxiety is pointing toward it, and pointing is enough for tonight. Chapter 35. When thoughts are not yours. The voice that speaks in the night, the evaluating, criticizing, planning, worrying voice that keeps the mind from rest, is your voice. But not all of it is yours. Some of it was borrowed, installed, learned. It speaks in your vocabulary. It knows your specific history. It uses your full range of available evidence. But it learned its content, its tone, its characteristic concerns from sources outside you. A parent's anxiety, a culture's demands, a teacher's judgment. A decade of messages about what a person of your kind is supposed to be and feel and achieve and fear. The voice that says you should have done more, that you have not been enough, that the life you are building is somehow deficient. Does this voice sound like something you would say to someone you loved? If the person you love most in the world came to you with exactly the difficulty you are carrying tonight, would you speak to them the way this voice speaks to you? Jung called these internalized voices complexes, autonomous complexes, structures of the psyche that operate with something like an independent will, that have their own emotional charge, their own characteristic content, their own agenda. The parental complex carries the internalized images of actual parents, not the parents as they were objectively, but the parents as they were experienced by a child trying to make sense of powerful figures on whom survival depended. That experience is always somewhat distorted, always somewhat simplified into types: the approving and the disapproving, the safe and the dangerous, the encouraging and the critical. And the critical voice, once installed, keeps running. It does not expire when the parent is no longer present. It runs from inside now. It sounds like you. but it was formed from something outside you that arrived before you had the capacity to evaluate it. Let your jaw go soft now. Your face, whatever is held there. You do not need to defend yourself against anything in this room. Ethan Kross, in his research on the internal voice, found that the quality of self-talk, the tone, the content, the characteristic judgments of the inner narrator is one of the strongest predictors of psychological well-being and distress. Not the external circumstances, the internal voice. And he found that the inner voice can be examined, it can be noticed, and the noticing, simply the clear, unfrightened observation that this voice is running, and this is what it is saying, and this is the tone it is using, changes the relationship to it. The voice becomes something observed rather than something that is simply running the show. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who can notice them. This noticing is what Jung meant by consciousness. Not just awareness in the general sense, consciousness of the consciousness. The capacity to observe your own inner processes from a position that is not identical with them. The witness. The part of you that is reading these words and recognizing something in them that is distinct from the thing being recognized. That part, the observing part, the part that is right now aware of being aware, was never installed by anyone. It is not borrowed. It is not the parental complex or the cultural conditioning or the internalized verdict. It is something older and quieter and more fundamentally yours. The thoughts that are not yours will continue to arrive. They cannot be evicted, but they can be seen for what they are. The resolution to the second loop of tonight is here. The thing your mind has been holding that it could not name, partly it is this: the awareness that not all of what you experience as your inner life is actually you, that some of what speaks in the night is borrowed, and that beneath the borrowing, beneath the installed voices and the automatic judgments and the inherited anxieties, something is still there that is genuinely, originally, irreducibly yours. It is the one that is listening tonight. It has always been listening. It is not afraid. Chapter 36, The Soul Speaks in Images. James Hillman spent his career arguing for the image. Not the concept, not the theory, not the interpretation. The image itself, the specific, vivid, irreducible image that arrives in the dream, in the moment of imagination, in the sudden, vivid sensation of a particular memory or a particular longing. He was building on Jung, but pushing further. Jung had given considerable attention to interpretation, to what the image meant, what it represented, what unconscious complex it was expressing. Hillman said, before the interpretation, the image. Let the image speak in its own language before translating it into the language of theory. The image is not primarily a code for something else. It is primary. It is what the soul uses when it has something to say. He called this approach archetypal psychology, a name that signals its debt to Jung while also marking its departure. The archetypes, in Hillman's view, are not so much structural templates as gods. as the ways in which the psyche has always personified its deepest energies. The god of love, the god of war, the god of the underworld. These are not literal entities. They are the names the psyche gives to the autonomous forces that organize experience from below. And the images they produce, the images of the dream, of the creative act, of the waking vision at the edge of sleep, are not symptoms to be interpreted and dissolved. They are presences to be inhabited, to be respected, to be asked what they need. Let your body rest now, heavy and still, the breath moving easily. Whatever images have come tonight, whatever has visited the threshold of your sleep, whatever has arrived in the floating space between waking and dreaming, receive it now without demanding that it explain itself. Jung's own verified words apply here directly. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. He did not mean that looking inward is a simple or comfortable practice. He meant that the looking itself, the genuine turning of attention toward the interior, the willingness to receive what is there without immediately translating it into action or analysis, is the beginning of what he called waking. Not waking from sleep, waking to the fuller reality of what the inner life contains. The images of the night are the soul's language. They are not elaborate, they are not impressive in the way that theories are impressive. They are specific, they are concrete. They carry something the explicit, rational, linguistic processing of the daytime mind cannot carry. A house, a staircase, a body of water, a face, a room you have never been in that you recognize. These are not random, they are the psyche speaking in its most fluent language. The language it was using long before words were available, the language it returns to in the night when words are no longer required and something more fundamental can be used. Erich Neumann wrote that the image is the original form of all psychological knowledge. Before the theory, the image. Before the concept, the metaphor. Before the diagnosis, the dream. The abstraction is always derived from the concrete encounter with the thing. And the concrete encounter always has an image at its center. Whatever images come tonight, whatever arrives at the threshold of your sleep, receive them without asking them to be otherwise. They are the older intelligence speaking. The intelligence that has been here longer than language and knows how to navigate what language cannot. Marion Woodman added something to Hillman's formulation that matters for the night specifically. She emphasized that the soul's images arrive most reliably in the body, in the sudden constriction in the chest when something is genuinely wrong, in the unexpected release when a decision has finally been made that corresponds to inner truth, in the warmth that arrives without explanation, in the presence of the right idea, the one you had not consciously known you were looking for. The body is the soul's most reliable receiver, and the night, when the body is still and the day's interference has quieted, is when the reception is clearest. The soul speaks in images, and tonight the images are already beginning. Let them come, Chapter 37. Childhood Echoes at Midnight. There is a child inside every adult, not as a metaphor, as a functional psychological reality. The child who formed patterns of response to fear and need and love and disappointment is still running those patterns, embedded in the nervous system, activated by the appropriate triggers, available to be awakened by the right combination of conditions. Night is one of those conditions. There is something about the quality of darkness, the smallness of the room, the sense of being alone and unmonitored that reaches back through decades to the original darkness, the first darknesses, the ones that were encountered with a child's resources, or, in some cases, without adequate resources, with a child's nervous system, with a child's understanding of cause and effect, with a child's sense of time in which the present has always been and will always be. Donald Winnicott worked with these earliest experiences more carefully and more tenderly than almost anyone else in his generation. He found that what a child needs is not perfection, not a flawless caregiver who never fails, never misattunes, never lets the child down. What a child needs is what he called the good enough mother, a caregiver who is present enough, responsive enough, consistent enough that the child can develop basic trust in the environment. The trust that distress will be answered, that need is not shameful, that the experience of being alone will not be permanent. When the holding was good enough, the adult carries that trust forward. Night becomes survivable because it was always survived. The distress of the small hours has a bottom to it because distress always had a bottom. When the holding was not consistently good enough, and again, this is far more common than the dramatic failure narratives would suggest, the adult carries something else forward, a residual uncertainty, a background alertness that does not fully turn off at night because it was not fully safe to turn off in the original darkness. Feel your body now, heavy. The weight of your adult self against the surface beneath you. You survived. Every night you have ever had. Every dark morning you did not think you would get through. You got through. The body remembers this even when the mind cannot. Jung wrote about what he called the puer aeternus, the eternal child, the psychological configuration in which the child within remains active, unintegrated with the adult self, alternately inspiring and disruptive. The child's imagination, the child's openness, the child's immediacy, these are gifts that the fully integrated adult carries. But the child's fears, the child's sense of helplessness in the face of the uncontrollable, the child's experience of time as endless and darkness as permanent, these need the adult's perspective to be contextualized. The midnight echo of childhood is the child's material meeting the adult's silence. The original darkness returning in the current darkness. The original smallness felt again in the bed, in the room, in the hours when the protecting social world has gone quiet. You are not that child. You have resources the child did not have. The adult perspective is real. The capacity to endure that you have already demonstrated through every difficult night already behind you is real. But the child is also real, and the child's material is real. And in the night, When the adult's resources are quieter, the child's experience has room to surface. What it needs is not silence. It needs the adult to stay present, to say, in whatever way is available, I am here. I know this is hard. I have been here before and come through, and we will come through again. The child at midnight needs the adult who survived. You are that adult. You are already here. Chapter 38. Why certain nights disturb you. Not all nights are equal. You have probably noticed this. There are nights that are difficult but manageable. The ordinary sleeplessness, the mild running of the mind. And there are nights that are different in kind. Heavier, stranger, more inhabited. The nights when the interior seems particularly close and the distance between the surface and the deep seems particularly thin. These nights sometimes correspond to visible circumstances, the anniversary of a loss, the approach of a significant event, a period of transition or change, but they also arrive with no apparent external trigger. A Tuesday in February, a Sunday in October, a particular phase of the season, a configuration of the air or the light or the quality of the evening that carries a memory registered in the body before any conscious recognition. Jung called these patterns the activation of complexes by environmental triggers. The complex, the organized cluster of feeling and memory and association built around an emotionally charged core experience, can be activated by sensory stimuli that the conscious mind never consciously notices. A smell, a quality of light, a time of year, a specific combination of fatigue and temperature and silence that matches, in some neurological register, the conditions under which the original experience was formed. And the activated complex does not announce itself. It does not say, I am the complex of grief formed in October 1988, and I have been activated by the quality of the autumn light tonight. It simply makes itself felt as weight, as dread, as a quality of the night that seems different and cannot be explained. Bessel van der Kolk found that anniversary reactions, the activation of traumatic or grief material on the anniversary of significant events, often without conscious recollection of the anniversary, are extremely common and extremely reliable. The body keeps the calendar even when the mind has not noted the date. Something in the nervous system has marked the time of year and returns to the emotional state of the original event with a precision that the explicit memory system cannot match. Let your body go heavy now, the breath easy, your arms soft. Whatever weight is in tonight, let it be what it is without requiring it to make sense right now. The disturbing night is not random. Even when you cannot identify its source, even when no external event corresponds to its quality, it is the inner calendar running, the body's archive consulting its records, the complex responding to something in the environment that match something in the history. This is not comfortable to know, but it is less frightening than the alternative, the sense that the disturbance is arbitrary, that it comes from nowhere, that the interior is unpredictable in a way that cannot be understood or anticipated. It can be understood. not always in advance, but afterward, often with great precision, the pattern becomes visible. The night of October 12 is difficult every year, for reasons that were established in October of a specific year that still reverberates. The quality of early February evenings carries something that was placed there decades ago and has been returning ever since. The specific disturbing night is loyal. It returns because what it carries has not yet been fully met. The body's calendar will continue to mark the date until the marking is no longer necessary, until the material has been received sufficiently that the reminder is no longer required. Robert Johnson wrote that the psyche is essentially conservative, not in the political sense, but in the original sense. It conserves. It maintains what has not been completed. It keeps the books on everything that has not been balanced. The specific, disturbing night is part of that bookkeeping. The interior accountant noting, "This date, this quality of air, this combination of conditions was significant once. It remains significant. The account has not been settled. You have not been disturbed randomly. You have been visited, and what is visiting you carries something real." Chapter 39. The fear beneath restlessness, beneath the specific worries, beneath the financial anxiety and the relational uncertainty and the professional concern, there is a layer that is not specific, a layer that predates the particular circumstances of this year or this decade, a layer that belongs to being mortal, to being conscious, to being a self that knows it will not always be a self. The existential layer, Irvin Yalom has made this his life's work, sitting with people in the presence of what he identifies as the four fundamental facts of human existence: death, freedom, isolation, and meaninglessness. Not as philosophical abstractions, as lived realities. As the ground floor of human experience, that ordinary life, with its routines and structures and social engagements and useful projects, is very largely organized to avoid noticing directly. Night removes the avoidance structures. The routine is over. The engagement is suspended. The useful project is closed until morning, and the ground floor becomes visible. The fear that arrives at 3 a.m. and has no specific address is often, at its most fundamental level, the fear of death. Not the thought of death, not the deliberate philosophical consideration of mortality, the felt sense of finitude, the body's awareness, pre-articulate and unavoidable, that it will not always be here, that the self inhabiting this body has a terminus that is not visible from here but is approaching, in whatever form it will take, with a certainty that nothing else in experience possesses. This is not morbid. This is the most honest awareness available to a conscious being, and it is, as Yalom consistently argues, the awareness that has the most to teach. Let your body be very heavy now, very still, the breath doing what it does. You are here, in this room, in this dark. This is what is real, right now. Heidegger, the German philosopher who made death central to his understanding of what it means to exist authentically, argued that the awareness of death is not a source of despair, but of liberation. When existence is genuinely understood as finite, each moment acquires a specificity it could not have in the fantasy of an unlimited future. The conversation becomes this conversation. The evening becomes this evening. The person beside you becomes this specific, irreplaceable person. He called this authentic existence, living in full awareness of the boundary conditions of being. Not obsessively, not morbidly, but without the protective fiction of indefinite continuity. The nighttime fear beneath the restlessness is often this awareness pressing upward, the existential bedrock asserting itself through the thin layer of ordinary concern, not demanding anything specific, just insisting on being acknowledged, on being made real. Jung believed that the individual who has genuinely made peace with their mortality is psychologically different, not because death becomes less real, but because the defensive energy required to not think about it is released. The person who has looked at the ending is freed to be more genuinely present in the middle, less defended, less performing, more capable of the kind of encounter with other people, with their own work, with the specific texture of their days that requires genuine presence rather than managed distance. Marion Woodman observed that the people who had done the most genuine psychological work were not the ones who had overcome their fear of death. They were the ones who had stopped spending so much energy managing that fear. The management is expensive. It requires the maintenance of elaborate avoidance structures, the full schedule, the busy mind, the constant stimulation that ensures the bedrock question never has a quiet moment to surface. When those structures finally come down, as they do every night, the fear can seem enormous. But it is not larger than it was during the day. It is simply visible for the first time. The fear beneath the restlessness is not evidence that something is wrong with you. It is evidence that you are alive and conscious and know it. And that is the beginning of everything that is real. Chapter 40, The Self Beyond the Thinker. Jung distinguished between the ego and the self, and the distinction is one of the most important in his entire system. The ego is the center of consciousness, the part that knows what it is doing, that plans, evaluates, narrates, the I experience. The self, with a capital S, is the center of the total psyche, not just the conscious part, the whole thing. The ego plus the personal unconscious, plus the collective unconscious. The entire system, conscious and unconscious, together, with all its history and all its potential. The self is not something you become. It is what you already are in your fullness. It is larger than the ego, and it contains the ego. And it has been orienting the ego, often without the ego's knowledge or consent, throughout your entire life. This distinction matters for tonight's restlessness in a specific way. The ego, lying awake in the dark, is troubled. It cannot rest. It is doing its characteristic work, assessing, planning, worrying, narrating. But the self, the larger organizing center that contains and encompasses the ego, is not troubled in the same way. The self has access to the full picture. It knows where the life has been. It knows, in whatever dim and symbolic way that the unconscious knows, something about where the life is going. It is running processes that the ego cannot see. It is integrating material that the ego cannot manage. It is doing, in the background of the restless night, the quiet work of being whole. The thinker lies awake. But you are not only the thinker. You are also the larger thing that contains the thinker, the thing that is doing the dreaming and the remembering and the slow interior integration that no deliberate effort of the conscious mind produces. The thing that was here before the thinking started tonight and will be here after it stops. Let your body go deeply heavy now. The long muscles of your legs, the back of your neck, the soft weight of your arms, the breath, the simple, endless breath. This is the body of the self. This is what is here, regardless of what the thoughts are doing. Edward Edinger described the relationship between ego and self as the central axis of psychological life. When the ego is in healthy relationship to the self, neither inflated to believe it is the whole, nor deflated to believe it is nothing, a person functions with access to something beyond their individual resources. Something that Edinger described as guidance, not supernatural guidance, the inner intelligence of the larger system, communicating through exactly the channels we have been discussing all night, through dream and symbol and feeling and the nighttime communications of the unconscious. James Hollis writes that the most consistent observation in long-term analytic work is that the self has a direction, that the psyche is oriented, that beneath all the surface confusion, the anxiety, the doubt, the circling, the uncertainty about where to go and what to do and who to be, there is something in the total psyche that knows its own direction, that has been moving towards something throughout the life, that has been insisting through all the symptoms and disturbances and nighttime restlessness on getting the life pointed in the direction it needs to go. Heinrich Zimmer, the German endologist whose work Jung admired deeply and who died before he could complete his own major books, leaving Joseph Campbell to edit and publish his lectures posthumously, described the equivalent concept in the Hindu tradition with an image that Jung found resonant: the Atman, the deepest self, not the personality self, not the social self, not the self that changes from decade to decade as circumstances change. The self that does not change, the witness, the observer, the thing that has been watching all of it, the childhood and the career and the failures and the achievements and the relationships and the losses and the night thoughts and the morning resolutions, from a position of stable, untroubled presence. You are not only the restless thinker in the dark, you are the larger thing that contains the restless thinker. And the larger thing is not restless. It is working. It has always been working. It has been working all night. Chapter 41. Inner peace through listening. We have been together for several hours now. The night around you has moved through its stages. Whatever restlessness was there at the beginning of tonight has perhaps shifted in quality, not necessarily resolved, not necessarily quieter, but perhaps different. Perhaps accompanied by something now that was not there when we started. The accompanying is what Jung called the analytical attitude. Not analysis in the sense of dissection. Analysis in the sense of making conscious. Attending carefully to what is present. Receiving it without demanding that it be otherwise. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote about peace in a way that applies directly here. He did not describe peace as the absence of difficulty. He described it as a quality of relationship to difficulty. The relationship of presence without opposition, being with the difficult thing rather than against it. The breath that does not fight the body, the mind that does not fight the mind. The peace available in the dark is not the peace of resolution. It is not the peace of having understood what was circling and found the answer. It is not the peace of having silenced the anxiety or processed the grief or completed the unfinished conversation. These things take time that a single night cannot contain. The peace available now is simpler. It is the peace of having stayed present, of having accompanied the interior through the difficult hours rather than fighting it, of having been, in some small way, less afraid of what the night carries. Feel your breath now, the long, easy movement of it, your body heavier than it was, the room around you familiar, the darkness which was full of things which remains full, which has given you what it could tonight. Jung spent the last decades of his life refining a concept he called the transcendent function, the capacity of the psyche to hold opposites in tension without forcing premature resolution. The conscious and the unconscious, the ego and the self, the known and the unknown. The tension itself, he found, generates something new, something that belongs to neither pole but emerges from the holding of both. A third thing, a symbol, a way forward that neither side alone could have found. The inner peace through listening is the beginning of this function. You do not resolve the tension by listening. You allow it to be real, fully, on both sides. And in that full allowing, the transcendent function can begin its work. Not tonight, necessarily, not immediately, but the ground has been prepared. Inner peace in this sense is not stillness. It is not absence. It is not the state a person achieves after all the difficult things have been resolved. It is what is available right now, underneath the circling, beneath the worry, in the layer that was never as disturbed as the surface appeared. There is something in you that has been calm all night. That was calm when the thoughts began their circles. That will be calm when the thoughts stop. That is the layer beneath. The deep water beneath the surface chop. It was always there. It is still there. Thich Nhat Hanh's most reliable image for this is the sky and the clouds. The clouds move across the sky. They darken it. They cover the blue. But the sky itself is not affected by the clouds. The sky contains the clouds without being the clouds. You contain the restlessness without being the restlessness. The difference between the beginning of tonight and this moment is not that the difficult material has been resolved. It is that you have been present with it differently, without requiring it to disappear, without demanding that the night be something other than what it is. That willingness, that small, unglamorous, deeply human willingness to stay present in the dark, is, in Jung's understanding, the only foundation on which genuine peace can actually be built. Not the peace of avoidance, the peace of accompaniment. The peace is already there. It has been there all night. You are resting in it now. Chapter 42, What the Night is Teaching. Every culture, in every period of history, has understood something about the night that the modern West has largely lost, or at least diminished. The night is not a problem to be solved. It is not an obstacle to be overcome. It is a domain with its own intelligence, its own gifts, its own specific way of preparing the person who inhabits it for what the day cannot provide. The indigenous traditions of many cultures maintained active relationships with the night, through ritual, through storytelling, through practices that engaged the dream world as a source of guidance and wisdom that daylight thought could not access. The medieval European monastic tradition built its entire daily structure around cycles of prayer and wakefulness and sleep that included periods in the deep night as spiritually productive rather than as failures of the sleep schedule. The yogic traditions of the Indian subcontinent describe states of consciousness available in the pre-dawn hours that are categorically different from both waking consciousness and the sleep of exhaustion. The night teaches what the day cannot, not because there is something mystical about darkness per se, but because the conditions of the night, the removal of stimulation, the quieting of the social world, the loosening of the ego's management function create access to layers of the psyche that are closed during daylight hours. Jung understood the night as a teacher. He documented what it taught him in the Red Book. He built a practice that took seriously the communications of the nighttime mind, the dreams, the images, the impulses toward attention, and treated them as data rather than noise. Not because he was mystical, he was profoundly empirical, profoundly committed to direct clinical observation, but because the data from the night was real. It correlated with things that mattered in his patients' lives. It pointed toward what was genuinely important. Let your body be very still now. The heaviness in your legs, the weight of your head, the slow, natural breath. You are in the night school. What has tonight taught you? Not necessarily in words, not necessarily in the form of conclusions that can be stated and remembered and acted on tomorrow. More quietly than that, a shift in quality, a change in the landscape of the interior. Some piece of the long arc of the inner life that moved slightly, that was here before tonight but is here differently now. The night teaches through accumulation, through the slow, sustained exposure to the material that the day cannot contain, through the hours of being with what is difficult without requiring it to be resolved, through the contact with the shadow, the unlived life, the body's archive, the psyche's corrections, the fear beneath the surface, the larger self beneath the ego. All of this has been present tonight, not as dramatic revelation, as quiet presence, as the interior being real in the dark in a way it cannot quite be in the middle of the day. Rilke wrote to the young poet, "Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart, and try to love the questions themselves." He was writing about the creative life, but he was also writing about the night, about the specific discipline of staying with what is not yet resolved, of not demanding premature closure, of trusting that the living with the question is itself a form of answer. James Hollis adds a practical dimension to this. He writes that the people who engage seriously with their nighttime interior, who treat the difficult hours not as failures but as occasions, consistently report over time a change in their relationship to the day. Not because the day becomes easier, because they bring something from the night into it, a quality of groundedness, a slightly reduced investment in the performance, a small but genuine increase in the tolerance for uncertainty. The night teaches, and the teaching, slowly, imperfectly, over years, changes the texture of the waking life. The night is a long question. You have been living with it. That living with is not wasted time. It is the education. Chapter 43, Emotional Healing in Darkness. There is a model of healing that requires light, that requires visibility, consciousness, deliberate attention, the work of the engaged analytic mind. Therapy in its most familiar forms works this way. You bring what is difficult into the light of the consulting room. You examine it, you find language for it, you understand it. You integrate it through the sustained, deliberate effort of conscious engagement. This is real healing. It works. For many people, in many circumstances, it is the most important work they can do. But there is another kind of healing that does not require light, that happens in the dark. That is performed not by the deliberate, conscious, analytic mind, but by the deeper systems, the unconscious, the body, the dream function, the slow metabolic processes of the nervous system that work on their own schedule and cannot be hurried by good intentions. Sleep itself is an example. Matthew Walker's research has demonstrated that the emotional processing that happens during REM sleep is neurologically distinct from the processing available to waking consciousness. It is not simply a slower or less efficient version of the same thing. It is qualitatively different. It addresses emotional memory in ways that waking consciousness cannot, separating the emotional charge of difficult experiences from their factual content and integrating both into the larger autobiographical record. The person who sleeps on a grief is not simply resting, they are doing work that no waking effort could accomplish. The darkness itself, the specific conditions of the night, the quiet, the reduced stimulation, the physical position of rest supports processes that require the temporary withdrawal of the ego's management function. The immune system does some of its most productive work while the person is not paying attention. The cellular repair processes that maintain the body's integrity proceed most effectively in the sleeping hours. The body knows how to heal in the dark, and it has been doing so without the mind's permission or assistance since long before the mind was capable of intervening. Let your body go very heavy now, completely held, the breath moving without your direction, the body doing what it knows to do. The psyche heals in the dark in the same way the body does, through processes that do not require and often cannot tolerate the ego's anxious oversight. The dream integrates. The unconscious metabolizes. The slow work of the deeper systems proceeds on their own schedule, producing shifts in the interior that the conscious mind will notice tomorrow or next week or next year as a change in perspective. A reduction of an old charge, a feeling that something that was heavy is slightly less heavy. Peter Levine's work on somatic healing found that the body's completion of incomplete defensive responses, the discharge of the frozen survival energy, often happens spontaneously, without deliberate intention, in conditions of sufficient safety and sufficient quiet. The body, given the right conditions, moves toward its own completion. The shaking that follows a near miss. The tears that arrive unexpectedly in a moment of stillness. The sudden, unprompted release of something held. These are not failures of control. They are the body's healing intelligence doing what it was designed to do when the conditions finally allow. Tonight is one of those conditions. Not perfectly, not completely, but sufficiently. The quiet, the horizontal body, the withdrawal of the social demands, the presence of this slow, accompanying voice. These are conditions in which the healing systems can do some part of their work. You do not need to help them. You only need to stop preventing them. Let the dark do what the dark knows how to do. Chapter 44. The quiet work of integration. Jung called the goal of psychological development individuation. The word sounds like individualism, the assertion of the self against the collective. He did not mean that. He meant something nearly the opposite. The becoming of the whole individual. The integration of all that the psyche contains, conscious and unconscious, light and shadow, persona and soul, into a functional whole that is more than the sum of its parts. Individuation is not achieved, it is undergone. It is not a state to be reached and maintained. It is a process, a direction of travel, rather than a destination. The person engaged in it does not arrive at a point where the work is complete and the integration is finished. They arrive, periodically, at points where what was previously unconscious has become somewhat more conscious, where what was previously split off is somewhat more integrated, where the shadow material has been somewhat more owned, and then new material surfaces and the work continues. Marion Woodman, whose work brought the individuation process into living contact with the specific experience of women in the 20th century, described it as the ongoing negotiation between the person one has been required to be and the person one most essentially is. Not a negotiation that concludes, a conversation that deepens. a relationship between the performed self and the essential self that becomes, over time, more honest, more mutual, more capable of holding the full truth of what the person contains. The quiet work of integration is happening tonight. Not dramatically, not consciously, in the way that all genuine integration happens. In the dark, slowly, through processes that the ego cannot manage or observe directly. Feel your breath now, moving without instruction, the long, slow breath of a body approaching rest. Your legs heavy, your arms soft, your face releasing the day's accumulated holding. The shadow material you carry, the unlived life, the disowned parts, the complexity that the persona could not contain, is being metabolized tonight. Not quickly, not completely, but the sustained contact through the hours of this conversation with the framework that makes this material meaningful rather than frightening. This is itself part of the integration. Understanding changes the relationship, even partial understanding, even the beginning of a frame within which the difficult material can be received rather than defended against. Robert Johnson wrote about what he called the doing of the opus, the ongoing work of engaging with the shadow, with the unconscious material, with the full complexity of the interior. He described it not as a heroic project of self-improvement, but as a patient, humble practice of attending, of showing up again and again in the dark where the difficult things are and receiving them without running away. That is what tonight has been. Not the complete resolution of what has been running in the night. The complete resolution takes longer than 4 hours. It takes a life. But the showing up, the attending, the receiving, this is the work. And it has been happening. The morning that follows a night like this is not always brighter in the obvious sense, but something has shifted. The interior has been visited. The material has been accompanied. The psyche has had the experience of being received rather than resisted. And that experience accumulates across many such nights into something that begins to resemble the wholeness that Jung had in mind. Jung himself described the experience of genuine psychological change as always surprising. The person who was undergoing it rarely felt it happening in the moment. They would notice it later, in a reaction they did not have that they always used to have, in a conversation that went differently than similar conversations had always gone before, in a night that was, for reasons they could not precisely name, slightly less heavy than it had been the previous November. The integration does not announce itself. It is visible only in retrospect, in the slight but real shift in the quality of experience that accumulates across seasons. The quiet work of integration does not announce itself. It simply continues. And it is continuing now. Chapter 45. Letting the deeper mind speak. The mind that has been running tonight, the surface mind, the ego's operations, the circling thoughts and the worry loops, and the replayed conversations. That mind is tired now. Not in the way it was tired at the start, with the day's accumulated fatigue, pressing into a restlessness it could not settle, tired in a different way. The way a system gets tired when it has been doing something it was not quite designed to do, holding a position of alertness and control past the point where alertness and control are useful or possible. The deeper mind has been running throughout, quieter, more patient, more reliable. The unconscious processes that organize the night's dreams and metabolize the night's emotional material and did the slow integration work that the conscious mind cannot perform. This mind does not get tired in the same way. It is not subject to the fatigue of the ego's management operations. It runs on different fuel and at a different pace and toward different ends. Now, in the approach to the final chapters of tonight, it is possible to simply allow the deeper mind to speak, not to analyze what it says, not to translate it into daylight language, just to let it be present in the way that it is present, in the quality of the silence, in the weight of the body, in the images that arrive at the threshold of sleep, in the feeling that something in the interior has shifted very quietly in the direction of rest. Marie-Louise von Franz wrote that the deepest psychological healing she witnessed in her long clinical career often happened not in the explicit exchange of the consulting room, but in what she called the between times. The hours between sessions, the nights between the deliberate analytic work, the moments when the conscious mind was occupied with other things and the deeper processes had room to move. The psyche, she found, does much of its most important work when the conscious mind stops trying to help. Let your body go now, as heavy as it will go, as still as it is capable of being. The breath, the only movement. The room, the only fact. James Hollis describes what he calls the larger life, the life that is being lived beneath and around and through the smaller life of daily management and ordinary concern. The larger life moves slowly. It is organized by purposes the ego cannot fully see. It uses the materials of ordinary days and ordinary nights to do work that only becomes visible over long periods. The decade, looking back, shows a shape that no single year could reveal. The arc of a life, seen from sufficient distance, shows a direction that was invisible from inside any particular moment. Tonight is one moment of that arc. One night in the larger life. One occasion in the ongoing practice of being present to what is actually there, rather than what is more comfortable to believe is there. The deeper mind has been working all night. In the images at the edge of sleep, in the feelings that arrived without announcement, in the specific quality of the darkness at this particular hour. In the slight shift in the weight of what you are carrying, perhaps barely perceptible, perhaps more noticeable than expected, that has happened in the hours since you began listening. Winnicott described something he called the capacity to be alone, which he considered one of the most important signs of psychological maturity. Not the ability to be comfortable in social isolation, the ability to be genuinely present in one's own interior without performing for any audience, even the internal one, to be, in some complete sense, with oneself. He found this capacity most available in people who had experienced, early in life, the experience of being alone in the presence of another. A caregiver who was present but not intrusive, available but not demanding, there without requiring anything. Out of that experience, the internal other, the inner presence, the witness, the quiet internal companion could form. And that internal companion makes genuine aloneness possible, even peaceful. The deeper mind is that companion tonight, the witness who has been present throughout, not demanding, not evaluating, only present, only accompanying. Something has moved. Not everything. Everything takes longer than one night. But something, let that be enough. The deeper mind does not require your assistance. It only requires your permission, and you have given it that tonight. Chapter 46. Rest beneath the thought storm. There is a layer beneath the thought storm, below the circling, below the worry. Below the inner critic and the shadow material and the existential dread and the unnamed feelings and the childhood echoes and the unlived life pressing against the walls, beneath all of it, a layer that has not been disturbed tonight. That was not disturbed by the beginning of the thoughts when they started. That will not be disturbed by their ending when they end. A layer so quiet and so fundamental that it is not experienced as a state, it is experienced as the ground beneath all states. The thing that is there when everything else is noticed. The body breathing, the heart beating, the cellular activity that maintains the living system. These are not small things. They are the ground. They run without the ego's participation, without conscious direction, without the contribution of any deliberate mental effort. They run because they are the deepest intelligence of the biological system, doing what it knows to do, maintaining the life that the surface activities depend on. Jung pointed towards something like this in his concept of the self. The capital S self is not above the ego in a hierarchical sense. It is more fundamental. It is the ground from which the ego emerges and to which it returns. It is what was there before the ego formed and what will remain when the ego finally releases its grip. And touching it, even briefly, even imperfectly, even through the oblique approach of a night like this one, produces a quality of rest that the surface mind cannot produce by its own efforts. The thought storm is real. It has been real all night. And beneath it, the ground has been equally real, equally present, equally available. Let your body be completely still now. Let your attention drop below the level of thought, not to blankness, not to nothing, to the simple fact of being here, breathing, present in this body, in this room, on this specific night that has been yours alone, in the way that every night is irreducibly yours alone. Thich Nhat Hanh, in a practice he described to students over decades of teaching, suggested a phrase so simple it seems almost too simple. I have arrived. I am home. Not as a geographic claim, as a recognition. The present moment, This breath, this body, this exact quality of experience right now, which is the only moment that is actually real and which contains within it everything needed. Matthew Walker found that some of the most restorative sleep occurs in the transition between the states, in the threshold, in the edge of sleep, in the place where the body is resting and the mind is loosening without having fully crossed into dream, the liminal space, the in-between. Not fully waking, not fully sleeping, but in the territory between. You may be in that territory now, or approaching it. The thought storm does not need to stop for the rest beneath it to be accessible. The rest is already there. The ground is already present. The deeper quiet is already surrounding and containing the surface noise. Erich Neumann wrote that the experience of the self, not the ego, but the larger organizing center, is always an experience of ground, of something foundational beneath the constructed layers of personality. The ego is built over decades from experience and choice and necessity. The self was there before the building began. And in the moments when the building quiets, in the deepest sleep, in the liminal hours, in the spaces between thoughts, when the internal monologue briefly pauses, the ground becomes perceptible. Not as something dramatic, as a simple, fundamental quality of being present that belongs to no particular state and is disturbed by none of them. The thought storm is temporary. The ground beneath it has always been here. You do not need to silence the storm. You only need to notice what is beneath it and rest there. Right now, the rest is real. Chapter 47, A Softer Return Inward. We began tonight in a bedroom in the dark. A room that had gone still. A mind that had not gone still. A question, the oldest, most ordinary, most human question of why the mind that needs rest will not rest. We have traveled a long way from that question without exactly leaving it. Everything we have examined tonight, the two kinds of restlessness, the layers of the unconscious, the shadow and the persona and the complex and the dream and the body's archive and the psyche's corrections and the unlived life and the fear beneath the surface and the self beyond the thinker. All of it has been an exploration of that original question. Why does this happen? And the answer, which is not a simple answer and was never going to be, is something like this. Because the night is when the parts of you that the day cannot contain finally have room. The night mind is not broken. It is the fuller mind. It is the mind that has not been edited for public consumption, not managed for social adequacy, not curated for the requirements of daylight performance. It is the mind with all of its material present, all of its history active, all of its longing and fear and unresolved love and unacknowledged grief and genuine wondering about what any of this means. It is loud because it has been quiet all day. Let your body return now to the simplest thing, the weight, the breath, the room, the specific quality of where you are right now. Carl Jung, who began this night with us, who accompanied us through the architecture of the unconscious and the purpose of the shadow and the corrective function of the dream, and the larger self beneath the ego, he said something verified and specific. That is the right note to close on. In the first volume of his published letters, he wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." He did not mean that looking inward brings relief. He meant it brings reality. The fuller, more demanding, more genuinely inhabited reality of what is actually there in the interior. Not comfortable, real, not quiet, true. The person who has been awake tonight, listening, accompanying their own interior through the difficult hours, that person has been, in Jung's sense, awake, not in the biological sense, in the psychological sense, present to what is actually there, not running from it, not demanding that it be otherwise. That is a specific kind of courage that does not require any dramatic action. It only requires the willingness to be present in the dark. You have been present tonight. Let that be acknowledged. Not as an achievement, as a fact. You were here. The interior was here. You did not leave. The night is almost complete. The thought storm, if it was running, has perhaps softened. The body is heavier than it was at the beginning. The room is the same room, but it has been inhabited differently by a mind that stayed present with its own complexity for 4 hours. That is something. Let the body be completely still now. The breath, the last anchor, the specific weight of your specific body on the specific surface that is holding you tonight. James Hollis, whose work has been a steady companion throughout this night, ends many of his books with a version of the same observation. He says that the goal of psychological work is not happiness, it is not comfort, it is not the resolution of all difficulty, it is simply a larger life. A life in which more of what is actually there is available to be experienced, in which the defended territory is smaller and the inhabited territory is larger, in which the shadow material has been somewhat more integrated and the persona is somewhat less. The whole story and the self, the larger, containing, organizing self, has somewhat more room to make itself felt. That is what tonight has been reaching toward. Not the completed thing, the direction. The room holds everything. The dark holds everything. You are held. Chapter 48, Sleep Inside the Larger Self. We return to where we began. A room, a darkness, a body lying horizontal, the house gone still. The mind that has been circling, or that was circling at the beginning of tonight, finding now perhaps a different quality of motion. Not stillness necessarily. The mind rarely reaches complete stillness, but a different relationship to the motion, a witnessing of it from the layer beneath, from the ground that was always there. Jung called the total psyche, the whole of what a person is, conscious and unconscious together, the self. Not the ego, not the persona, not the shadow, not any single part, the whole. The thing that contains all the parts without being identical with any of them. The organizing center of the total personality. You have been in contact with that center tonight. Not perfectly, not completely, but the contact has been real. The exploration of the shadow's contents, the unconscious's communications, the body's archive, the psyche's corrections, the unlived life's insistence, the fear at the ground of things. All of this has been contact with the fuller self, with what is actually there beneath the curated surface of the daylight performance. And the self, this is the essential thing, is not troubled by what it contains. The ego is troubled. The ego cannot hold the shadow without being disturbed by it, cannot face the unlived life without feeling the weight of it, cannot sit with the existential ground without some degree of dread. But the self contains all of this and is not destroyed by it. It is larger than any of its contents. It is the ocean that holds the waves without being the waves. Let your body sink now into the deepest rest it can find. Your legs entirely heavy, your arms released, your breath moving in its own slow rhythm, your face soft, your eyes resting. You are inside the larger self tonight. You have been inside it all along, but perhaps you are more aware of it now than you were at the start. More aware that what you are is not only the circling mind. More aware that beneath the circling, beneath the worry, beneath the unlived life and the shadow and the fear, there is something that has been carrying all of it without losing itself. That something is what you are, not what you think, not what you perform, not what the persona presents or what the shadow conceals. The thing that contains all of it. The self that was there before any of the layers were formed, and that will still be there when the night ends and the daylight brings its new requirements. Jung spent a life mapping this territory so that others would not have to make the descent alone. He went in first in 1913, afraid, without a guide. He left the Red Book as the record of what he found. And what he found was not the horror he feared. It was the fuller reality of what the psyche contains. Strange, demanding, inexhaustible. But not alien, not enemy. His, yours too. Tonight has been a conversation with what is yours. The parts that surface in the dark. The parts that the daylight cannot hold. The parts that have been trying, in their patient and persistent way, to reach you through the only channels available. The sleepless hours, the circling thoughts, the formless weight, the unnamed feelings, the images at the threshold of sleep. They have reached you tonight. You have been listening. The room is very quiet now. The darkness is complete. The body is heavy with the long weight of the night. The mind, having traveled through the territory of the interior, is closer than it was at the beginning to the territory of rest. The thought that was circling may still be circling. The feeling that was unnamed may still be unnamed. The unlived life will still be there in the morning. The shadow will still contain what it contains. Nothing is resolved in a single night. Everything was real. But you are inside the larger self. You were always inside it, and the larger self knows what to do in the dark. It has always known. Let it carry you now. Let the night complete itself. Let the body do what the body knows. Let the mind finally stop asking for anything other than rest. The room holds you. The dark holds you. The larger self holds you. Sleep now.